Guys, this is Declan here. So we are going to start working on the second part of the LFS installation. I'm looking at this being probably the final part of at least LFS. I'm probably going to start working on BLFS while we're in here. Just so you have an idea what exactly is going on. So let's get started then. Let me just pop open well, no, everything's open. I just need to get this set up. One sec. Okay, so we're already here. Okay, so we're already here. So this is what we did last time. We saved the system, the temporary system, in case something went wrong. Hopefully not. That's not a goal of ours, but I'm just going to run through it. So we did all this. This is if we need to restore it, but again, we'll have this on hand. So next step is building the actual system. Because if you remember, we did the temporary system, and we first did the cross-compiling toolchain and the temporary system. Now we're actually working on installing the basic system software. So this is just going to be the base. Now, okay, introduction. So in this chapter, we start constructing the LFS system. The installation of the software is straightforward. Again, it's very much similar to what we just did. Those 7 or 8, maybe more, probably 10 packages that we installed for the temporary system. It's basically that. That's what this is. But although in many cases the installation instructions could be made shorter and more generic, we've opted to provide full instructions for every package to minimize the possibilities for mistakes. The key to learning what makes a Linux system work is to know what each package is used for and why you or the system may need it. We do not recommend using optimizations. They can make a program run slightly faster, but they may also cause compilation difficulties and problems when running the program. If a package refuses to compile when using optimization, try to compile it without optimization and see if that fixes the problem. Even if the package does not compile when using optimization, there is a risk it may have been compiled incorrectly because of the complex interactions between the code and the build tools. Also note that the March and Mtune options are values not specified in the book and have not been tested and have not been tested. This may cause problems with the toolchain packages, which are bin utils, gcc, glibc. The small potential gains achieved in using compiler optimizations are often outweighed by the risks. First-time builders of LFS are encouraged to build without custom optimizations. The subsequent system will still run very fast and be stable at the same time. Then before the installation instructions, each installation page provides information about the package. Now, I did read that off at the end when we were compiling those last packages. I told you exactly what was in each package. I would read it off. So that's just what they're saying. They're just telling us that they'll have that on every package. SBU values and required disk space includes test suite data for all applicable packages. And then just some things about libraries. In general, the LFS editors discourage building and installing static libraries. The original purpose for most static libraries has been made obsolete in a modern Linux system. In addition, linking a static library into a program can be detrimental. If an update to the library is needed to remove a security problem, all programs that use the static library will need to be relinked to the new library. Since the use of static libraries is not always obvious, the relevant programs and the procedures needed to do the linking may not even be known. In the procedures in this chapter, we remove or disable installation of most static libraries. We saw this last time too. They would always remove static libraries but enable the shared libraries. Disable installation of most static libraries. Usually this is done by passing a disable static option to configure. In some cases, alternate means are needed. In a few cases, especially glibc and GCC, the use of static libraries remains essential to the general package building process. For a more complete discussion of libraries, see the discussion Libraries, Static or Shared in the BLFS book. Okay, package management. Now, I mentioned before that there is no such thing as a package manager on Linux from scratch. This is just explaining why. Package management is an often requested addition to the LFS book. A package manager allows tracking the installation of files, making it easier to remove and upgrade packages. As well as the binary and library files, a package manager will handle the installation of and configuration files. Before you begin to wonder, no, this section will not talk nor recommend any particular package manager. What it provides is a roundup of the more popular techniques and how they work. The perfect package manager for you may be among these techniques, or may be a combination of two or more of these techniques. This section briefly mentions issues that may arise when upgrading packages. And then, no package manager is mentioned, just some reasons. Dealing with package management takes focus away from the goals of these books, which is just teaching how a Linux system is built. And then there are also multiple solutions for package management, each having its strengths and drawbacks, including one that satisfies all audiences is difficult. That's why they list all these different ways. And you can probably write your own if you really wanted to. Just a basic script or something. A package manager makes it easy to upgrade to newer versions when they are released. Generally, the instructions in the LFS and BLFS book can be used to upgrade to newer versions. Here are some points some points you should be aware of when upgrading packages, especially on a running system. If the Linux kernel needs to be upgraded, for example from 5.10.17 to 5.10.18 or something like that, nothing else needs to be rebuilt. The system will be working fine thanks to a well-defined border between kernel and user space. Significantly, specifically Linux API headers need not be and should not be, see the next item, upgraded alongside your kernel. You'll need to reboot your system to use the upgraded kernel. If the Linux API headers or glibc need to be upgraded to a newer version, e.g. from glibc 2.31 to glibc, you understand, it is safer to rebuild LFS. Although you may be able to rebuild all the packages in their dependency order, we do not recommend it. If a package containing a shared library is updated, and if the name of the library changes, then any packages dynamically linked to the library need to be recompiled in order to link against the newer library. There is no correlation between the package version and the name of the library. For example, we consider the package foo 1.2.3 that installs a shared library with the name of libfoo.s.o. If you libfoo.so.1. If you upgrade the package to a newer version, foo.1.2.4, that installs a shared library with the name of libfoo.so.2. Again, that's all. In this case, many packages that are dynamically linked to this library need to be recompiled to link against this library. What is this? Upgrade issues. Just a couple other things. I'm not gonna read those. Those are probably the biggest ones. I'm leaving the link for this entire thing in the description, so you don't need to really do a deep dive. I'm not really gonna do a whole deep dive into this, as I've read it already, but it'll be there in case you would like to read it then as well. Package management techniques. Now this is where it gets a little bit more interesting. The following are some common package management techniques. Before making a decision on a package manager, do some research on the various techniques, particularly the drawbacks of the particular scheme. It's all in my head. Again, yes, this is a package management technique. and some people do not find a need for a package manager because they know the packages intimately and know what files are installed by each package. Some users do not need any package management because they plan on rebuilding the entire system when a package is changed. I wouldn't do that. Install in separate, this is a simplistic package management. That does not need any extra package to manage the installations. Each package is installed in a separate directory. For example, package foo 1.1 is installed in user package foo, and a symlink is made from user package foo to user package foo.1.1. No, -1.1. When installing a new version, it is installed in user package foo 1.2, and the previous symlink is replaced by a symlink to the new version. Environment variables need to be expanded, such as these ones would need to be expanded to include user package foo. For more than a few packages, this scheme becomes unmanageable. Vim, for example, new versions of Vim come out like every day, I think, or something like that. Symlinks. This is a variation of the previous package management technique. Each package is installed to the previous scheme, but instead of making the symlink, each file is symlinked into the user hierarchy. This removes the need to expand the environment variables. Although the symlinks can be created by the user to automate the creation, many package managers have been written using this approach. A few of the popular ones include Stow, ePackage, Graft, and Depot. The installation needs to be faked. Okay. Timestamp based. In this technique, a file is timestamped before the installation of the package. After the installation, a simple use of the find command with the appropriate options can generate a log of all the files installed after the timestamp file is created. A package manager in this approach is install-log. Though this scheme has the advantage of being simple, it has two drawbacks. If during installation the files are installed with any timestamp other than the current time, those files will not be tracked by the package manager. Also, this scheme can only be used when one package is installed at a time. The logs are not reliable if two packages are being installed on two different consoles. Creating package archive. And then, again, I just said, I don't want to use up too much, but, so we did timestamp based. There's like three other different ways that you can do things. Nothing too serious. Deployed LFS on multiple. And then one of the advantages of a Linux from scratch system that there are no files that depend on the position of system files on a disk system, or the position of files on disk system. Cloning an LFS build to another computer with the same architecture as the base system is as simple as using tar on the LFS partition that contains the root directory, which is about 250 megabytes uncompressed for a base LFS build, which is tiny, like very tiny. Copying that file via network transfer or CD-ROM to the new system and expanding it. From that point, a few configuration files will have to be changed. Configuration files that may need to be updated include hosts, fstab, password, group, shadow, ld.so.conf, sysconfig, rc.site, sysconfig, rc.site, network, and ifconfig.etho. A custom kernel may need to be built for a new system depending on the differences in system hardware and the original kernel configuration. Finally, the new system has been made bootable via section 10.10.04 using grub to set up the boot process. That's long. Next. Okay, we're now ready to start the installation. So we just need to uninstall, or I'm sorry, unpack man pages. Alright, all we need to do is run this. The man pages package contains over 2,000 man pages. Man pages are manual pages for those who haven't done it before, who don't know it. The contents, again, various man pages. And then if you say man pages, it describes the C programming language functions, important device files, and significant configuration files. See, if you just type man pages. Yeah, that's I'm dumb. That's just saying that those aren't commands. Those are just saying what was installed. The man pages are installed, and that means that they're C programming language functions, important device files, and significant configuration files. Okay, next up is IANA, yeah, I think IANA, etc. 220812. CD IANA etc 20220812. Okay, CPU, we only need to copy files into place. I bet I can just, yeah, that was really, a lot of these are, take 2 seconds. It's really easy. Or it's, glibc takes 24, so I'm probably gonna cut up this. I'm gonna change from glibc to I'm gonna cut glibc. So I'm gonna start and then cut it, unless I can find something to talk about. Same thing as yesterday, basically, or it was yesterday for me, but the same thing as as part 1. So. Just need to patch it first. Oh, the patch. Some of the data glibc programs use. Some of the glibc programs use non-FHS compliant var db directories to use the non-FHS compliant var db directory to store their runtime data. Apply the following patch to make sure programs store their runtime data in the FHS compliant locations. Okay. Succeeded. Okay. Alright, created build. Ensure that the ldconfig and sln utilities will be installed into user sbin. Okay. The meaning of, okay, disable W error. This option disables the W error option passed to GCC. This is necessary for running the test suite. Enable kernel equals 3.2. This option tells the build system that this glibc may be used with kernels as old as 3.2. This means generating workarounds in case a system call introduced into a later version cannot be used. enable Stack Protector. This option increases system security by adding extra code to check for buffer overflows, such as stack smashing attacks. Then the with headers equals user include. This option tells the build system where to find the kernel API headers. Libc cv libdir equals user lib. This variable tells the correct library, sets the correct library for all systems. We do not want lib64 to be used. Well, that's compiling. I guess just a couple more things. So in the time before, that like 12 or so hours it's been since I recorded my first, since I finished recording my first video, I have actually determined that at some point I'm gonna do a Gentoo installation video. Yeah, so for those unfamiliar, here I can actually talk my way through this probably if I want to. Control Gentoo. So for those unfamiliar, here we can go to the home page. For Gentoo, Gentoo Linux is a Linux distribution that actually compiles from source. So it you know how we're compiling source code and such. It's basically that, but more automated. It uses Portage, the Portage package manager, and things. So I still will not work. Okay, accepted into Google. So I guess just some things about Gentoo. It's new packages. 1 second. Oversell open source line. Root access. From 15. What? About Gentoo. Larry the cat was a bit frustrated at the current state of Linux distributions until he tried Gentoo Linux. What is that thing? Alright. Gentoo is a free operating system based on Linux that can be automatically optimized and customized for just about any application or need. Extreme configurability, performance, and top-notch user and developer community are all hallmarks of the Gentoo experience. Yes, I believe so. I have, I personally haven't tried I've tried installing Gentoo. I've always had some sort of issues with it, but, more recently when I installed Gentoo, when I, was talking to some Gentoo users, when I was talking to just some Gentoo users, they're always talking about the pros and such, but, I was, talking to this, one person. He says, they said that on a chat room or something, they said that Gentoo was actually, they had one of the best community resources outside of Arch, because Arch has ArchWiki and they have their own community, but there's, so they're huge. They're probably one of the biggest communities, not communities in Linux, but they're the most active communities in Linux, and they have the biggest repository for information. Gentoo is, he said in his own words, it's just short of Arch Linux, so it is almost as good as Arch Linux. Just a couple notes. Thanks to technology called Portage, Gentoo can become an ideal secure server. So yeah, it's can work on servers, development workstations, professional desktops, gaming systems, embedded solutions, or something else. Literally, again, it says it here, whatever you need it to be. So, and Gentoo is not necessarily the same as LFS, but what I will give it credit for is that it compiles from source, and it is probably more bare bones than Arch Linux, which is amazing. But you can also, with Gentoo, you can also audit, since it compiles from source. I believe they have cache. They have a they always have the caches, the tar files and such. They have that kept on your whenever you install something, it also holds onto the tarball. I believe. I might be entirely wrong on that. If I am very sorry. So just some other questions like what is Portage? Portage can be considered the heart of Gentoo. It is a software distribution system that performs many key functions in Gentoo systems. To get the latest software, simply type one command, which is emerge sync. This software tells emerge to sync the Gentoo eBuild repository from a mirror. The eBuild repository contains a complete collection of scripts that are used by Portage to create and install the latest packages. There are currently more than 19,000 unique packages. Currently more than 19,000 unique packages available for installation on Gentoo because of Portage. They also use it as a package installation system. All you have to do is type emerge the package, and then keep your system up to date. Emerge up at world will ensure that all the packages on the system are updated automatically. That is one command. Just some other things, I guess, because it's not like we don't have time. I stand corrected. Ha! We were... That... Wow. I run make, right? Ran make, right? Yeah, Nice. That's great. That's not what I expected to happen. Okay. Make check. Generally, a few tests do not pass. The test failures listed below are usually safe to ignore. We'll give that a couple seconds. This actually might be what takes the longest. I'm not sure. A few failures out of the over 42,000 tests can generally be ignored. This is a list of the most common issues known to fail in the true environment. Miscellaneous TST-TTY name is known to fail. NSTNS files host long test is known to fail. stdlib tst arg for random thread test is known to fail if the host kernel is relatively old. It's not. It's Arch Linux. It's like 5.19. Oh, that's what takes a long time. See, it's generating all these different locales. Yeah, I'll give it a second. I'll let it do its thing. Yeah, I believe my current kernel is like 5.19.3, 4, maybe 4, 5. I don't know. Neo fetch. Wait, what am I doing? Rename R. 5.19.7. It was older than I thought it was, or younger, or it's the kernel is further along than I thought it was. Yeah, so since this is taking a while, I'll just go back here. I'll check it in a couple of minutes. The philosophy of Gentoo. Every user has work they need to do. The goal of Gentoo is design tools and systems that allow a user to do that work as pleasantly and efficiently as possible, as they see fit. Our tools should be a joy to use and should help the user to appreciate the richness of Linux and free software community, and the flexibility of free software. This is only possible when the tool is designed to reflect and transmit the will of the user and leave the possibilities open as to the final form of the raw materials, the source code. If the tool forces the user to do things a particular way, then the tool is working against rather than for the user. We have all experienced situations where tools seem to be imposing their respective wills on us. Yes. This is backwards and contrary to the Gentoo philosophy. Put another way, the Gentoo philosophy is to create better tools. When a tool is doing its job perfectly, you might not even be very aware of its presence because it does not interfere and make its presence known, nor does it force you to interact with it if you don't want to. The tool serves the user rather than the user serving the tool. The goal of Gentoo is to strive to create near ideal tools. Tools that can accommodate the needs of many different users, all with divergent goals. Don't you love it when you find a tool that does exactly what you want it to do? Doesn't it feel great? Our mission is to give that sensation to as many people as possible. Okay. I think I've heard the Gentoo philosophy before. I mean, I feel like a part of that it's probably, I almost guarantee it's original, but I've heard it mentioned before, whether it's said that it's Gentoo or not, the Gentoo philosophy or not. I've heard that mentioned before. Social contract. This social contract is intended to clearly describe the overall development policies and standards of the Gentoo project. Parts of this document have been derived from the Debian social contract. Comments are welcome. Please send them to our Gentoo project at lists.gentoo.org mailing list. Oh, all of this is basic. Alright, what is Gentoo in itself is a collection of free knowledge. Knowledge in this context can be defined as documentation and metadata concerned with concepts or domains relative to operating systems and their components, as well as free software contributed by various developers to the Gentoo project. Gentoo, the operating system, is derived from the base concept of knowledge described above. A Gentoo operating system should satisfy the self-hosting requirement. In other words, the operating system should be able to build itself from scratch using the aforementioned tools and metadata. If a product associated with an official Gentoo project does not satisfy these requirements, the product does not qualify as a Gentoo operating system. Which is why, and I mentioned this before, Chrome OS is not Linux. It is based on Gentoo, but it is not Linux. I guarantee, if you ask any Gentoo user whether Chrome OS is Gentoo, they will say no. I would say no if I didn't hear that it's based off Gentoo before from Google itself. But it's based off Gentoo, but there's nothing, and I mean like nothing, that actually makes it a Gentoo system. Yes, I mean, you can't even use, as far as I know, you can't even use Portage. No, not as far as I know. I've done it. I've went in, I've tried to go into the command line, use Portage and such. There is very, 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 very limited use of Portage. Chrome OS is, for it to even say it's based off Gentoo is a crime against Gentoo, honestly. I mean, it's not actual Gentoo. It's not really Linux. That's it. Anyway, an official list of Gentoo projects is listed under the Gentoo metastructure. A Gentoo project does not need to produce a Gentoo operating system in order to be officially recognized. Gentoo is and will remain free software. I don't think I need to go too far in depth with that. We are considering extending the above clause to require that all core Gentoo components must conform to a license approved by OSI, which is the open source. OSI is it Open Source Institute or open source? OSI. It's Open source license. Open source initiative approved. Open source. Oh my god. Approved by the Open Source Initiative and the Free Software Foundation. That makes sense. We will give back to the free software community. We will establish relationships with free software authors and collaborate with them when possible. We will submit bug fixes, improvements, user requests, etc. to the upstream authors of software included in our system. We will also clearly document We will also clearly document our contributions to Gentoo, as well as any improvements or changes we make to external sources used by Gentoo. Okay. We will not hide problems. We will keep our bug report database open for public view at all times. Reports that users file online will immediately become visible to others. Exceptions may be made at the discretion of trustees. Okay. Alright. One second. I just want to see Gentoo metastructure. I might just have to look this up. I don't really. Gentoo metastructure. Is this done? Nope. Okay. Metastructure. Okay. Okay, maybe I guarantee if the Chrome OS will not be on this. In the Gentoo, okay. Else, oh my god, okay, Apache, it's for Apache servers, binary, the Chromium, it manages Chromium related e-builds. Look, there is no Chrome OS, yes. Elected Gentoo Council, yes. Just, eJabber projects, yeah, see, elections, project, fonts, GNOME desktop, GNU Emacs, GNU Step. Look at all this. These are all different projects, stuff that's being ported, I guess. Manages the X implement, for the biggest parts of it. Zen manages packages related to Zine, Zen. I'm sorry, I'm probably brutalizing that, but whatever this is. And then XFCE, such like that. So those are official Gentoo projects, but I just figured I'd check. So I guess inside Gentoo, developers, projects, well, okay, that's what I was just on. Okay, developers, who we are. Let's see, how many... Oh, this is what they do. Alright, so, you see somebody who works, he works exclusively on Portage. He's from California. No, he's from my state, not in my area. I believe Moon Township's by Philly, isn't it? Oh, it's by Pittsburgh. I knew it was by one of them. That's unrelated. Games. Somebody works exclusively on games. X11, wine. That's actually, wow, this is... No Scranton. Wow. Marseille. Well, these are at least our official developers. don't think. Okay, one. Most of them have commit access to the GitHub, which doesn't mean anything to most people, but if you've ever used GitHub, you know exactly what that means. That means they can commit sort of like whenever, but it's still hard to, you know. Wow, they really like, they really, wow, that's good for them. Good for them. They keep perfect records. Golly. Wow, see, look, these are very small. In school full-time, working full-time throughout 2020. Anyone may touch any package except for dev, DB, PostgreSQL. That must be what he's working on. Busy preparing for the imminent LPC. Oh, 2022. Okay, away from my workstation in DevBox until the end of September. LPC. That's Oh, I know what LPC is too. I just can't remember. Linux Plumbers Conference. Yeah. Which isn't actually plumbing. You can look it up on your own time, but busy with real life. Alright. Look at their list of... Look at all these retired developers. Look at all these people. I mean, are you kidding me? Good for them. You know, look, Gentoo is remarkable, honestly. I honestly, one second. I need to, you know, do some comparison here. Right. We're good. Gentoo Foundation, sponsors, stores, contact, Gentoo Foundation. Preamble. Oh my god. What? They have a whole, like, freaking constitution. Alright, wow, good for them. I'm half tempted. Arch.org. Install, grub, upgrade, and configure incompatibilities. Okay. What am I looking for? AUR? No. Download? No. Wiki. Access levels and roles? Privileged. Okay. Yeah, I don't see anything about what am I looking for? Alright, this is stupid. Arch developers. Oh, list of the current. Alright, yeah, you know, you have your main. These are Liberia. ArchLinux.org, Gmail, ArchLinux. Yeah, they have pretty significant. I mean, I think they've been around longer than. Don't quote me on that. I don't know how long Gentoo's been around. They have less developers, but Gentoo initial. Gentoo was released 2002. Oh, same year. March 11th. March 31st. Wow. Wow, okay. Cool. I had no clue. It wasn't quite like the... Wow, okay, cool. Cool, okay. Gentoo Linux. Cool, okay. I'm impressed. And get involved support inside Gentoo. Enhance artwork. You know what? What artwork do they have? 10 years compiling. 10 years compiling. That's actually really pretty. Oh, I like that one. Abducted. Oh, I saw this in a meme once. If it moves, compile it. Yeah. I think that's what I used on my GitHub. You know this wallpaper I have? Wallpaper, GitHub. Oh my god, GitHub. What did I do? Just go into I have a GitHub that I use, that I put a bunch of... Well, I'll just go here. I put a bunch of wallpaper. I made a bunch of wallpapers. Your projects. And I was actually working on dot files for BSPWM with Terminator and such. What I have basically running. But look, just a repo starred. Alright, wallpapers by distro. Slogans. See, this is what I did. You know, I made this public, so you know, if you want to, you know, it's out there for you. Just new equivalent. Yep. Oh, I should edit this. Any content this file subject to alteration, please. Dot files. Under GPL v2. I like 2 better. It's good enough for Linus. It's good enough for me. Any dot files are listed under GPL v2. Okay, sorry, I just needed to double check. Here we go. So here, you know, if you go to the graph, wall PNGs, yeah, if it moves, compile it. 1 second. See, these are all the ones I have. I cover GNU, Geeks, Neon, Alpine Linux, Arch, Bedrock, Bodhi, Santos, Debian, Deepin, etc. Let me find not scientific. I don't know why I did scientific Linux, but you know, in case you're in a lab and you want, you want that, or you just thought it's cool, go ahead. Void background, Zorin OS, Zorin. That's also where I pull all of the basis for my thumbnails from. See, look, let me pull one first. Where I'm looking for Gentoo, I can't find it there. If it moves, compile it. Gentoo Linux. I'm still really pleased with these. Not everybody likes them. It's not everybody's style. I was told it's 2005 ones, so you know, whatever that means. But yeah, those are there. I can put a link to the wallpapers, and then update Ro-Fi graph originals. Oh, I forgot I put my Arch dot files in here. Why did I put my dot file? Oh my god. Okay, I'll leave that in the description, but please don't, you know, hold me to any of these. This is to be updated. Close. Cool. Gentoo Cow, aka that cool old GDM theme. Red library. I wonder if Redcore. 1 second, let me check out Redcore. Redcore Linux. That's still around, I think, right? 1 second, let me look. Last update 2207. It's still there, I believe. It's still active. Based on Gen 2. I've looked at Red Core before. I just hadn't, you know, it's just Gen 2 basically. That's all it really is. I don't know. I'll get there eventually. Red Core Linux software. Okay. GitHub software. Okay. So, you know, just a bunch of badges. Let the world run. Let the world know that you run Gen 2 Linux. I have yet to meet a Gen 2 user. I mean, I've met them online, but I've never seen one in person. Never seen one in the wild. That's alright. Logo. I think they only have one logo. Signet, wordmark, horizontal, classic. It looks fine. You know, it looks good. Who sponsors? They have sponsors. OSL. Oh, Oregon State University. Bytemark hosting. Oh wow. I wonder if they use their. I bet they use their operating systems on their servers or something, or something like that, and then they support Gen 2 because of that. I don't know. There's a lot of German companies. Nvidia's an official sponsor? What? Donations. Who donate various services and equipment. Oh, okay. These are various equipment. Okay. These are people who donate money, and this is for the securing the infrastructure. Oh, okay. Nvidia. Oh my god. Yes, I know what Nvidia is. With numerous AMD development machines and video cards to further development of Gen 2. Okay. OSTC. Largest proprietary derivatives trading company. They push the boundaries of the global market, including trading. They trade using Gen 2 and open source. JetBrains. Okay. See, I haven't seen any sponsors, but I haven't seen. I know there's sponsors for Arch. They have some people backing them, but I don't know who. Still testing. Who? I don't know. I'm just sort of falling down this rabbit hole. Arch. I'll pull out of it once once this is done. Oh, okay. It's only about 5 monetary donations. They have Click Pledge. Wait. That's the people who. That's how they use. Icons, S8, Nitrogen, private internet access. Always use protection. Shells, your personal workspace in the cloud. Alright. And then past donors. These are actual people. That's not. Wow. More power to him, I'll tell you that. Alright. That's all I really want to talk about. So yeah, we're looking at a Gen 2 video. That, again, isn't too in-depth. Control. That's not going to be too in-depth. But we're looking at well, it's going to be in-depth in the sense I'm going to install it and then update it and such. That's going to be another long video. Because Gen 2 will take a while to update. It's a fact of life at this point. What else is there? I guess I could, show you something. I mean, if you really want to see it, I'll probably put some timestamps or something in the bottom, so you don't need to watch this entire thing if you don't want to. But you can just look at my wallpapers. I know I said I could skip, but you know, this is actually something, you know. See, it's 10 years sim linking. I found, so some of these I just found on the web. So some of these, it's actually really funny. So some of these phrases, 10 years sim linking, that's not even something they came up with. Well, it is. It was something the community came up with. It's not an official slogan or anything. I couldn't find an official slogan. That's why I used 10 years sim linking, which is actually not bad, if I'm being completely honest. It was a line. It was I mean I went over mailing lists for this. This was KDE Neon, powerful when needed. Again, none of these are. There were a couple official ones, but then there's a couple ones I just found online and was like, this works, especially for this. But this one I believe was said. There's a couple different forums where people basically make up their own. They have forum posts where they make up their. Actually, we could go through that real quick. Where is it? Arch Linux slogan. Arch Linux slogans. Arch Wiki. It's an Arch forum. 1 second. There we go. 1. Hello, I'm currently using display random slogans. For example, lightweight and flexible Linux distribution. Any ideas for others? I have some obvious one. Keep it simple, stupid is the one I found, but that's one I use. But all apologies if they're existing. Stop fiddling with Arch Linux and go buy groceries. Get off that computer and send me child support. That's funny. Oh, come on, you guys know you spend perfectly good time on pointless projects like this as well. At least I hope so. I wouldn't want to be the odd man out. Get off that computer. You could use Leonardo. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication, which is. I was almost debating. I remember this one. I was debating on putting this on the wallpaper. That was fun. That was cool. That was very cool. 14 is a random number. Dusty prefers. Alan broke it. It took me a while. It took me a while. I couldn't figure out what Alan was, and then I still don't completely remember. Alan Arch. I'm pretty sure it's one of the lead developers. This is actually things I would keep track of. Yeah, Alan broke it. Yeah, they're referencing one of the lead developers. No need to worry with Arch. Never heard that one, but it's hilarious. The Sloganizer. It's just Sloganize. That is Declan Flitter. Aww. I like that. I like that. I like that. This is why I love computers. They're nicer to me than actual humans. It's a joke. That's funny though. No need to worry with Arch. That's hilarious. Be part of Arch. This is from Sloganizer. The Sloganizer just does everything. Only 45% obsolete. They always come back. Yeah. Zen, welcome home, welcome slash home. Zen in the art of bash scripting, simply sophisticated, wickedly sharp, a cut above the rest, elegantly executed, wickedly sharp. He's put on wallpapers. Waka bitches. Courtesy of Zine, I think. If it ain't broke, it ain't much fun either. Sloganizer. Arch will be for you what you want it to be. And that's actually pure Arch, pure power, or Arch simplified. People are just telling me all about slogan. I've never heard of this thing, but I'm just gonna start. Tacos. Yes, we've got those. You guys are great. I remember seeing the 45% reference in a wiki in a thread a while back. I haven't been around in a lot. Big deal tacos though. Patches welcome. Only 45% obsolete. That is hilarious. It keeps going too. It never ends. If you know Cactus, you know tacos. Cactus is one guy's nickname. Oh, no. Perceiving simplicity differently. In Arch Lingua, we don't say good morning, but bueno tacos. He's a prof. Okay, he's a dev. Is the best. Linux with a nice package manager. Have you Pac-Man SY? Have you Pac-Man SY? I need this reminder. Are you kidding me? I bet. Is it still doing something? I haven't updated in like a day. Not a day. In like 3 days. Just to give you an idea what an update on a 3-day not updated Arch Linux system looks like. $112 packages, and this is nothing. Ruby has some very fun ways of building their packages. That's it. Hey, at least you don't need to wait for Arch. This is pretty small in comparison. Look, we're actually losing some wattage here. We don't need the negative 21. We're actually taking 21.75 off. So this is good. I have like 1 KDE. If anybody's ever used KDE, they know it's pretty good. I use a window manager because I don't want to use KDE, but KDE is pretty good. But look, KDE, if you install one KDE package on a non-KDE system, system that doesn't have the KDE installed, it will have a mental breakdown and force you to install this huge circle of dependencies. I mean, this must be like, I think it installed 20 different applications or 20 different pieces of software when I tried to install, what was it, KDE Partition Manager or something. It was crazy. Which I know there's other options, but I don't know. It's a whole thing. Alright. Exit. Anyway. This is going to take a while. So while we're still here, be archified. Yeah. Does this thread still belong to artwork and slogan? Arch, BSD, OS X, Windows, Xbox. Arch Linux, we never passed a new font off as a distro innovation. We never passed a new font off as a distro innovation. Just another kernel hacker. Arch Linux. Build something cool. I'm sorry, that's funny. You shall not, God wrote, you shall not covet anything that belongs to your neighbor. And then 11, Pac-Man SYU. Arch, a good name for a dog. Arch, a good man's best friend, men's best friend. How to fix Ubuntu, Control, Arch, delete. Right. Arch, amazing research and creativity hub. Yeah. 2 superheroes, Shrek and Donkey. No, scratch that. two superheroes, Pac-Man and Bower Bill. Archesyu, bless you. We were archinal, archeus, and archistic. Let's have a look at the life and works of one of the great minds of all time, Archimedes. Have you ever heard of the story about brave King Archer and the Knights of the Round Table? Let us not forget the noble and handsome Robin Hood was an archer. So many puns! Oh, it's awful. V, NHO, M1, NG. You know, I know I had nothing better to do. I'd sleep with Arch Linux. Wait, what? That's... Okay, that went downhill. Keep it simple, lightweight, flexible, simple, lightweight. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. The least worst Linux distribution. Only 45% complete. Patches welcome. We've got Pac-Man and Waka Waka bitches. Powered by tacos. No defaults, no cruft, no limitations. Arch Linux, it won't stab you. Arch is the sound of the future. And tacos is Mexican for Pac-Man, or tacos is Pac-Man's Mexican. Arch Linux, you don't need fantasy anymore. Dear God. Oh my God. That's funny. Consider looking at describe Arch in one word. In bed. Power, grace and simplicity, power and minimalism. That's really good. Wow. Arch Linux, motherfucker. Do you use it? Oh, that's from Pulp Fiction. Oh, I know that line. Oh, well, I know what they're basing it off of, but that's funny. The wallpaper is an official light plopped on a black background. This is, yes. Arch Elementary. It's Arch Elementary, dear Watson. Kiss, dear Watson, kiss. Well, yeah. That, a lightweight distro for not so lightweight brain. I like that last one. Can you dig it from the Warriors 1 Arch per human? I love to customize. Oh, we're done. Okay. I'm just gonna save this page. People are so fucking weird. Arch slow. I told you it was funny though. I hope you got a kick out of that. I'll just keep those open. Because odds are something's gonna take a long time. We're gonna have GCC. Hello? Oh. Okay. 2 fail. Unsupported. Okay. This looks fine. I mean, there's some fails. They said something's gonna fail. It passed 95% of the tests, so I'm confident. Though it is harmless, we'll complain about the absence of Etsy. Okay, so just prevent this. Fix makefile to skip any sanity checks in the LFS partial environment. Okay. Well, we don't want to mess with any sanity checks. Make install. This shouldn't take too long. I'll leave a link to that Arch slogan page if you want. If anyone just skipped forward, it's you can always go back and watch it. I'll put no, I won't timestamp it, but you can just go back and watch it. Fix hard-coded path to the executable loader in LDD script. Okay. Install the configuration file and runtime directory for NSCD. Yeah, that works. Next, install the local files. Install the locales that can make the system respond in a different language. None of these locales are required, but some of them are missing. The test suite of future packages would... I'm sorry. Alright, so it looks like the last thing we did was, I just had to go and take a break just for dinner. Looks like the last thing we did is we completed this. So I need to, we completed this command, so we just need to start working our way down. So that said, next, install the locales that can make the system respond in a different language. None of the locales are required, but some of them are missing. But if some of them are missing, the test suites of future packages could skip important test cases. Individual locales can be installed using the locale def program, e.g. the second, as an example, the second locale def command below combines the user share IL8N locales SZCH or CSCZ charset independent locale definition with the user share I18N char maps UTF-8.gz char map definition and append combines that with that locale definition with that char map definition and appends the result to the user lib locale archive file. The following instructions will install the minimum set of locales necessary for optimal coverage of tests. UTF-8 studs. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this. Good. Created. Okay, that's done. We're just gonna move on then to make alternatively install all local okay, includes every locale listed more at once with the following time consuming command. Well, I'm okay. I don't need to install all of them. Then use locale def command to create and install locales not listed in glibc 2.36 locale data supported file when you need them. For instance, the following two locales are needed for tests later in the chapter. glibc now uses libidn2 when solving internationalized domain names. This is a runtime dependency. If this capability is needed, the instructions for installing libidn2 are in the BLFS libidn2 page. Configuring glibc. The etc nsswitch.conf file needs to be created because glibc defaults do not work well in a networked environment. Create the file libnsswitch.conf by running the following. Okay, then we can just do this. Adding time zone data. Install and set up the time zone data with the following. Zone info for TZ. Meaning of the ZICL, this creates POSIX time zones without any leap sections. leap seconds. It is conventional to put these in both zone info and zone info POSIX. It is necessary to put the POSIX time zone in zone info, otherwise various test suites will report errors. On an embedded system where space is tight and you do not intend to ever update the time zones, you could save 1.9 megabytes by not using the POSIX directory, but some applications or test suites might produce some failures. ZipL leap seconds. This creates write time zones including leap seconds. On an embedded system where the space is tight and you do not intend to ever update the time zones, you can save one by omitting the write directory. This zik.p. This creates a POSIX rules file. We use New York because POSIX requires the daylight savings time rules to be in accordance with the U.S. rules. Okay. Okay. And then use TZ select. So as everybody knows, if you've watched my videos before, I am on the eastern seaboard. So please select the continent, ocean, corridor. Okay, 2 for America. $49 for United States. Please select Eastern, MI, KY, NY, 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 Eastern, Eastern, Wayne, Louisville, most areas, Eastern, IN is Indiana, right? Most areas is, I'll just do most areas. I'm not entirely sure what else I would do. 1 Eastern Standard Time, 1 Eastern. Therefore, TZ, yes, please select. The time is now 2:12:40. Yeah, okay. Universal time is now above information. Okay, yes. Oh. You can make this change permanent for yourself by appending the time to the profile, then log out and log in again. This time, so you can use, okay. Alright, that sounds good. Date. I won't do that right now. After answering a few questions, the script will then create the local time file by running zone info America New York. Okay, so now that we have fixed it with the local time, we just have a couple more things to do with glibc. Configuring the dynamic loader. By default, the dynamic loader, which is lib ld.linux.so.2, searches through userlib for dynamic libraries that are needed by programs as they run. However, if there are libraries in directories other than userlib, these need to be added to the etc ld.so.conf file in order for the dynamic loader to find them. Two directories that are commonly known to contain additional libraries are userlocallib, and optlib. So add those directories to the dynamic loader search path. First, we need to create a new file. Do that. EOF. If desired, the dynamic loader can also search a directory and include the contents of files found there. Generally, the files in this include directory are one line specifying the desired library path. To add this capability, run the following commands. Gencat, okay. So this just shows a list of installed programs. I won't go through all of it because there are so many. But in programs, libraries, and directories, sorry. And then short descriptions of what things do. So, you know, Gencat. That generates message catalogs. If this doesn't display anything quickly, I'm just going to see out of it. Gitconf, Gittent, iconv. I'm curious whether that did anything. Gencat. Gitconf, Gittent, iconv, iconvconfig, ldconfig, all these different ones. And then just other things that it installed as well. This thing is huge. This is huge. Where is it? glibc is huge. Next. Okay, next we're doing zlib, so we just need cd out of that. rf glib c2.36 tar xvf zlib 1.2.12.tar.xz cd zlib. This is going to be another very, very quick one. Zlib package contains compression and decompression routines used by some programs. So all we're going to do, configure, make j4. This will take 5 seconds. Make check. Okay. Yeah, everything's good. Make check. Make install. User libc. Okay, that's good. And then remove a useless static library. Okay, let's see. This installed libc and installed the library libc.so. I didn't say what it was. The libc package contains compression and decompression routines used by some programs. Okay. xvf bzip to 1.0.8 .tar.xz. Cheesy. Interesting. ls. What's it called? bzip to 9. What the? 8. Dear God. cd bzip to 1.0.8. Apply a patch. Patching file. Make file. Okay. This patch will install documentation then. The following command ensures the installation of symbolic links are relative. Okay. Ensure the man pages are installed to the correct location, and prepare bzip2 for compilation with this. Now the make program, this will cause bzip2 to be built using a different make file, which in this case, the make file libz2 underscore so file, which will create a dynamic libz2.so library and links with the bzip2 utilities again, and links the bzip2 utilities against it. Good. Compile and test the package. Make J4. Again, this should be pretty quick. Yeah, that took 5 seconds. Make install the program. Install the shared library. Install the shared bzip2 binary into the user bin directory. Replace 2 copies of bzip2 with symlinks. Remove a useless static library. Contents of bzip2. Installed programs. All these. Again, I'm not going to go through it. And then this library here, libbz2.so, user share doc bzip2 1.0.8, and then all of these. Next. Wait, I figured. bzip2 package contains programs for compressing and decompressing files. Compressing text file with bzip2 yields a much better compression than with a traditional gzip. Alright. The xz package contains programs for compressing and decompressing files. It provides capabilities for the LZMA. Oh. One second. For the LZMA and newer XZ compression formats. Compressing text files with XZ yields a better result. Yields a better compression percentage. Yields a better compression percentage than with the traditional gzip or bzip2 commands. So it's even better than the one that we just installed. Okay, this won't take hardly any time. And then make J4. Yep, make check. Pass. All 9 tests passed. Well, I think with glibc, it failed a couple tests, but they run, you saw it, 4,200, different tests. So some of them are going to fail. Like, if you take a test in school or just anywhere, odds are you're not necessarily going to get 100% just by virtue that there's especially if there's more questions, which may not sound completely logical, but sometimes it just doesn't work, or you just get the wrong answer or something. I don't know. Make install. Clear. CD rm rf xz 5.2.6. Okay, next up, just what it installed, just a bunch of things. And the libz lzma.so and user include lzma and user share doc xz.5 xz-5.6 xz-5.2.6. Wow. Okay. ZSTD Z standard 1.5.2.tar.xz. Z standard is a real-time compression algorithm providing high compression ratios. It offers a very wide range of compression speed trade-offs while being backed by a very fast decoder. Note, in the test output, there are several places that indicate fail. These are expected, and only fail in all caps is an actual test feature for test failure. There should be no test failures. It's just compiling it. Can't imagine it'll take very long. I forgot to do J4, so it might take a little bit longer. I don't know. This is bothering me. Alright. There we go. It was already partially compiled. That's the only reason I did that. I wouldn't normally interrupt it, just in case, but you know, it's whatever. These are expected and only fail as an actual test failure. So make check, make J4 check. Alright. Long distance matching test. I don't know. Did it succeed? I don't see anything that says it's bad. I don't know. I didn't see any massive fail signs anywhere, so that works for me. Install the package. Remove the static library. ZST compresses or decompresses files using ZSTD format. Runs grep, runs less. Okay. Okay. CD RM RF ZSTD 1.5.2 tar XVF file 5.42. Okay, the file package contains a utility for determining the type of contains a utility for determining the type of a given file or files. Okay. Okay, next up is readline. Readline 8.1.2. Okay, first things first, we need to set this. Reinstalling readline will cause some old libraries to be removed. While this is normally not a problem, in some cases it can trigger a linking bug in ldconfig. This can be avoided by issuing the following two seds. Okay. Prepare a readline for compilation. The readline package is a set of libraries that offers command line editing and history capabilities. Is a set of libraries that offer command line editing and history capabilities. Okay. Oh, one more configure option with cursors. This option tells readline that it can find the term cap library functions in the cursors library, rather than a separate term cap library. It allows generating a correct readline.pc file. Compile. The meaning of the make option forces readline. Okay. Install. This will take 5 seconds. If desired, install the documentation. I'll install it just so you know we have it. Alright, libreadline provides a set of commands for manipulating text entered in an interactive section of a program. M4. Okay. First thing we gotta do is configure. The M4 package contains a macroprocessor, I apologize. Okay, almost there. Testing. Stupid knob. Pass. Skip, pass. Yeah, I think we're okay. Not bad. Total is 267. We skipped 22 of them. None of them failed, and we passed all the ones that we did not skip. So that's good. BC is next. tar xvf bc 6.0.1.tar.xc. Yep, cd bc 6.0.1 tar, not tar, with it. The BC pack, oh wait, 1 second. Prepare BC for compilation. CC equals GCC. This parameter specifies the compiler to use. G, omit the parts of the test suite that won't work without a GNU BC present. O3, specify the optimization to use. -R enables the use of read line to improve the line editing features. So this is where you start seeing the use of things you've already installed. So you'll see BC, or I think later on you start seeing, once you install End Courses, that starts coming up as a tool that you'll be using within your own installation. So everything is very interconnected. There's a reason this is in the exact order. And just because we're here, the BC package contains an arbitrary precision numeric processing language, which is BC, evidently. I've never heard of it in my life. I've heard of BC, but I didn't know that's what it was. Make J4. Make test. All DC tests pass. All BC tests pass. We're good. Clear. Nope. I'll just make install. RF BC 6.0.1. Sources. What is the source? What are my sources? It is oh, it's whatever is next. Oh my god. tar xvf flex 2.6.4.tar.gz cd flex 2.6.4. Configure. The Flex package contains a utility for generating programs that recognize patterns in text. Pass. They all passed. We're good. You're A-okay. Make install. Good. Make install. Okay, RF. Okay, I missed that. So that is entirely my fault. tar xvf. I feel like an idiot. 6.4. I'm just gonna reinstall it. Yep, and then make J4 check. All passed. Okay. Make install. And then a few programs do not know about Flex yet and try and run as predecessor, Lex. That runs Flex and Lex emulation run. I hate when it does that. There. Is that all I didn't need to... I didn't even need to remake it. Alright, that's my... dumb... I'm an idiot. If you don't know what I mean, we did a symbolic link I could have done without completely compiling it and reinstalling this software, so that was a waste of time, admittedly. Wow. I mean, it was like 5 seconds, but still, it's just like bothering me. I didn't even think about it. For those wondering what exactly, the Flex package contains a utility for generating programs that recognize patterns in text. I think I said that already. I probably did. TCL. Oh, there's something special with TCL, I think. First, unpack the documentation. TCL. Oh, do SRC. Okay. CD TCL 8.6.12. Then unpack the documentation. Prepare TCL for compilation. TCL is a language, by the way. It's a tool command language. It's a general purpose scripting language. The expect package is written in TCL. Make the build a package. The mandatory set instructions after the make command removes the various set instructions after the make command removes references to build to the build directory from the configuration files and replaces them with the install directory. This is not mandatory for the remainder of LFS, but may be needed in case a package built later uses TCL. Good to know. Oh. Give me a second. I just need to hit this. It's going to take a while if I don't hit J4. It's 3.2 SBUs, so it's going to take about 5 minutes. It's going to take about 5 minutes probably by itself, unless it compiles a lot quicker, but I just want to make sure it's as quick as possible. Don't you love it when there's just a wall of text that you have no idea what in the name of God is happening? I look at this stuff and I have no idea what's happening. I mean, it's I know something is, and it's interesting just sort of like read what exactly it says, but you know, that means nothing. It's another language. To test the results. What am I doing? Make J4 test. Waiting for unfinished jobs. Configure packages. Oh, isn't that what they got rid of? Yeah, that include TCL. Pretty sure they got rid of int. Yeah. Alright. Okay. It's testing. I don't know what happened. It cannot find private header in user include. That's because it hasn't been. It's because it hasn't installed yet. Of course. All right. This is. All right. I know what's happening. Nothing should fail though. I click off and talk. I would click off and talk about something else, but I just need to make sure it works. I said J4, right? Yeah. If I remember correctly, when I first made it, this was a pretty slow testing too. It pulls from a bunch of different things. I don't know. We'll see. regxp.test. Socket.test. No, none of them failed. None of them failed. Okay. I'm fixing something. Sorry. 1 second. This nod came out. It's really annoying. There we go. I'm sorry. That was weird. Everything's good. We are okay. Test. What is this? What? What commands does it install? But let me just see if I can do it one more time. J5, what the hell? Okay, That it did it. I. Oh. TCLSH. Oh, Symlink TC. Okay. We know it's installed. Oh my god. Anytime it throws out error, I guess just watch out for that if you're installing LFS. If that says error, I guess it's not actually an error. I don't know whatever this TCL private header is, but let's just make... When it said, now that I'm thinking about it, it said the same thing last time I built it, so I don't... It must be something that happens. Without successful. It was looking for headers in user include, but there's not going to be any headers because I haven't installed it yet. So it made the directory. Okay. It's okay. Alright. It's as long as TCL SH.6. Yep. Exit. As long as that does that, we're okay. I'm sorry, I just like to triple check everything. I'd imagine you would agree. Yeah, and all these look like they're right. You know, install all these headers. Install. Jesus freaking. Alright. Install private headers. Of course, it's not going to have private headers if it doesn't have any installed. Yes, thank you. Sorry. I just realized that was a thing. Rename a man page that conflicts with a Perl man page. What is it called? It's TCLSH exit. Okay, we got it. We got it. We're clear. CD. I remember that I had an issue with TCL when I first started, when I first did my first build, and now I'm just remembering it. And I probably had an issue with my second build. I did my second build fairly new, very quickly after my first build, so I'm probably just remembering that like, wow. I just remembered it and didn't care, but this is entirely my fault. Wow. Tar XVF. Expect Topatronum. Tar.gz. Exe. Oh my god, what is it with not having the first dash? I mean, cd expect 5.45.4. Well, I'm glad we figured that out. It was just a... My god. Alright. I feel like an idiot. Expect such as Telnet, really. Telnet. FSCK is in expect. Okay. I'm surprised FSCK is fixed disk or something. Or fix the file system. Meaning of with TCL user lib, this parameter is needed to tell configure where the TCL config.sh script is located. This explicitly tells expect where to find TCL's internal headers. Make. I didn't hit J4. This still won't take long. Okay. Make J4 test. Wait, does cat come in it? Is this cat? No. No. Okay. What? Why is cat? Okay. Passed. They all passed. Okay. Make install and then also link. cd rmrf expect 5.45.5. Next. Installation of Deja GNU. That's funny. Alright, tar xvf. Oh, I didn't, I'll tell you in a minute. Deja GNU 1.6.3 tar.gz. Deja GNU 1.6. Alright. The expect package contains tools for automating via scripting dialogues, interactive applications. Oh, you're scripting those applications, such as Telnet, FTP password, passwd, FSCK, rlogin, and tip. Expect is also useful for testing these same applications, as well as easing all sorts of tasks that are prohibitively difficult with anything else. Deja Vu. The Deja GNU framework is written in expect. See, all linked, It's all linked. Not that I need to tell you that. I just. Okay, good. Configure. Nothing special to read here. I just want to make sure this works. Make J4 check. This should number of expected passes. Okay, but are you gonna tell me whether it's right or not? Whatever. It looks like it's right. Honestly. Deja GNU auxiliary command launcher and a wrapper script that locates the proper expect shell and then runs Deja GNU. Verify that the PTYs are working properly inside the troop environment by performing a simple test. yes. Yes, good. This should output the following spawn ls. Yes, if intended, if instead the output includes the message below, the environment is not set up for the proper. This issue needs to be resolved before running the test suites of binutils. That's good. Okay. This can be solvable. I remember how they did this actually. You have to exit the root, and this generally means you missed hooking the dev. This means you missed hooking up the root. This version of root. You missed hooking up dev with. What did he just say? Hooking up a dev. Hooking up the dev folder in the root and the dev on here, so they share it. It's hard to say, but I know this works. That would be what you have to go back to mount. You have to exit and go back to preparing virtual kernel file systems. This dev tmpfs. You need to mount it. You need to bind it. You need to exit and bind it. That's what's wrong. I learned it the hard way. First time I built it, I also had this issue because I didn't have any more PTYs. Couldn't figure out what it was. I looked it up. It said there was no dev. I didn't know what that meant. Somehow I figured out that I didn't remount this every single time. So every time I exited. So if you need this, make sure that you know that if you ever get this message about and you're using something with PTYs, mount this, if that makes any sense. Go back to prepare at 7.3, preparing virtual kernel file systems, and mount your dev, or else it will not work and you will not be able to figure it out. Just a word from the wise. Oh my god, it didn't unpack it. Dear god, okay, what is this? Binutils documentation. Torx VF binutils. Utils. This has been 239. Binutils 239.tar.exe. Tar. Binutils 2.39. How long? This is gonna take a while, right? Okay. Okay, that made it. The meaning: enable gold, build a gold linker and install it as ld.gold. Enable LD, build the original BFD and install it as both LD. Enable plugins, enables plugin support for the linker. Enable 64-bit support on hosts with narrower word sizes. May not be needed on the 64-bit system, but does no harm. With system zlib used to install zlib library rather than building the included version. Tooldir. One second. What? Sorry. This shouldn't take too long. I think I'm only ever gonna really deviate from watching this to, go over and doing what we were doing earlier, until we get to GCC, because GCC is its own set of issues. Not set of issues. It just takes a very long time for GCC to compile, longer than this will, longer than probably glibc did, if I'm being entirely completely honest. Just so you know how much, just before I'll go back to this, but just so you know how much more we have left. We have to compile all of these. And then we have some sysconfig stuff, but we have to compile this many more. So the rest of, and anything we haven't yet, obviously. Bin utils. But it looks like GCC doesn't come until the very end, I believe. GCC. GIMP. Nope, GCC, right down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. After shadow. I'm happy with my progress, honestly. To build it and say I built it in 2 days is amazing, especially when I used it for 5 hours. Yesterday, I recorded about 5 hours worth of, nope, it was 4.5, 4:45, something like that. So still a lot of content. I recorded that yesterday, and I know if I hadn't been recording, it wouldn't have taken as much time. And I would have had more time, and I probably could have finished it yesterday if I started a little bit earlier. Obviously, that is not a judgment on anyone. I'm happy to do this, but it's just I was just realizing that this is the fastest I've ever done it. I think it's because I've done it before. I think that greatly helps, and I mastered tarring. It took me an unbelievable amount of time to figure out how to tar XVF stuff. I would just be like, I would look up how to unpack tarballs for the longest time, because I would just do it and I would forget it within that span of time. It's like, how? Especially when something like GCC would come up, and with my first time around, I was really busy, so I had to keep stopping and starting again, stopping and starting again, stopping and starting again. So this, I've turned it off once, and that was because I was going to bed. All right, yeah, that was last night. I was going to bed. I stopped recording. I wasn't doing this anymore. That's the only time I stopped and turned this thing off. Because it was up for probably 5 hours that day, 5 hours yesterday. Because before I started recording. Same thing today. I had to get prepared. I brought my drink. I got a drink up here. I got that. I had to figure out what was happening with my drives, because I had to get a new not Docker. It was a new adapter. So I'm not gonna move it. But you know how you have. On this Chromebook I only have one USB-A port. So we got one. So we had this on hand. So I grabbed it. It was a I was using a USB-C Docker type thing. So you could, if I wanted to, I could have another monitor. But I had to. Somebody else in the house needed it more. So I gave it to them. But I'm using this one that works well, but it is not the same. And it took me a while, because I was originally going to compile it using a system I have installed on this big hard drive I have over here, but it just wasn't working out. Okay. Check. This shouldn't take too long. Having 4 cores helps, because you can use the entire system. Alright, it's coming along. It should be done in a second. I hope everybody's enjoying this. I know it's not something everybody enjoys, but I hope you're learning I hope you're at least learning something, even if you I don't know, bored out of your fucking mind. I hope you're learning something. That's ultimately the goal. But I really want you to learn something, but also I really want you to enjoy yourself. All right, Linux from Scratch is, in my head, it's fun. I enjoy using Linux from Scratch. I enjoyed building it. It's rewarding, honestly. You get to say, I made this. I mean, yeah, I can say I built this desk, but, it took me 2 hours or something to build it, and it had instructions that were very easy to follow. I mean, it's hard. This is huge. This is a computer operating system. At least in my head, maybe this is wrong or off base or something, or I'm out of touch. But in my head, you just built a system. Like, whether or not you followed a book, you built a system. And then especially so if you have something like an LFS with where you went into the BLFS book. I'm fixing the knob again. Where you went into the BLFS book, and you actually, did it, which doesn't make any sense, does it? You went into the BLFS book. You made it into a daily driver. The daily driver, it says it has a desire that it says you can make it. So you went in, you did this, you did your job, you did great. And I think maybe it's me, but that just seems more significant than building a desk. And also the man hours that goes into this is pretty significant. I mean, considering, yeah, you're not doing the compiling. You're not like, you're saying compile, but number of expected error. Okay, so are we good? Okay. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just me, but I just you can say you built a desk and people will believe you. Go into any Linux community and you say, oh, I built LFS, and people will say, congratulations. Like, you know, they'll say, you know, you did something most people don't do, and they'll congratulate you on it, and they'll say, you know, great job, at least in most cases, or, you know, they'll at least acknowledge that you did it. So it's like, you know, if you're gonna compare, you can't, again, you can't, apples to oranges, honestly, but it's, you know. GIMP, what the? Configure. If you're building for, okay, yeah, but you have a, okay, I need to, okay. If you're building for 32-bit x86, but you have a CPU which is capable of running 64-bit code, and you have specified C flags in the environment, the configure script will attempt to configure for 64 bits and fail. Avoid this by invoking the configure command below. Okay. Note, the default settings of GMP produce libraries optimized for the host processor. If the library is suitable for the processors, if libraries suitable for processors less capable than the host CPUs are desired, generic libraries can be created by running the following. I'm okay. I don't think we need to. I don't need to do this. I appreciate the note. But I'm okay. Actually, I'm gonna be, anytime I use this for recording purposes, I'm not gonna install OBS onto this thing because I wouldn't want to see the compile time. I really wouldn't. But I will tell you what, I am going to use it in a virtual machine, so I should do this just in case. I mean, you know, we might as well. I mean, what? Enable CXX. This enables C++ support, and then docdir equals user share doc GMP 6.2.1. This enables this variable specifies the correct place for the documentation. Make HTML. Okay. Make test the results. Make I just want to make sure everything's okay. Well, obviously, it also says to test the results. Pass, pass. I see passes. I don't see any failures. That's the best part of it. I love to see it pass. Pass. I don't see any failures whatsoever. Come on, but I don't want to lose this either, so don't give up on me yet. 22. Test suit summary. Test suit summary for GNU MP 6.2.1. They all passed. We are A-OK. Clear. Ensure. $197. A-OK. Clear. Make, install. Okay, I'm just gonna do this all in one sweep. I won't do J4. It'll take 5 seconds anyway. All it is copying. That still isn't bad. This is... I don't know what brand of cooler this thing is. Well, I do know. It says Targus, but it's doing wonders. Next. I mean, that's vaguely warm. I couldn't complain even if I wanted to. I mean, that you know what I mean. You can always complain if you want to, but I'd be lying. MPFR 4.1.0. Okay. Compile the package and generate the HTML documentation. I didn't hit J4. It's not right. It won't take long. These small ones are wonderful because it makes you feel like you're progressing. You obviously are, but it makes you feel like you're progressing more than when you're doing GCC and it takes 20 minutes to compile. Or on the older systems where it takes hours to compile, which thank God we don't have to deal with that, you know. I feel like GCC, you'll see how long it takes. It's gonna take 50. I feel like it says 50. Do not skip. The test suite is considered critical. Well, I missed that, but I tested it anyway, so, you know, it doesn't matter. All tests, it looks like they're passing all tests. Just gotta leave it to hope. They all passed, and we skipped 2, so good. What is this? No. Search for I'm sorry. Context menu. This has never come up before. Please give me a second. Super control. This is button. Okay. Okay. I got that figured out. I just had to cut it to make sure. Oh, well, there's nothing wrong with checking it again. I need to double check. I think in that space of time, I seem to have forgotten. I believe I actually already installed it. Yes, I did. At least I double checked, you know. I did not tell you what all these did. So, the binutils package contains a linker, an assembler, and other tools for handling object files. GMP package contains math libraries. These have useful functions for arbitrary precision arithmetic. The MPFR package contains functions for multiple precision math. MPC, okay. MPC package contains a library for the arithmetic of complex numbers with arbitrarily high precision and correct rounding of the result. We're good. 60. We got 69 tests, both All of them failed. Ugh, all of them passed. Not failed. What the hell? Cool. The adder, ATTR, don't know what that is. Adder 2.5.1 package contains utilities to administer the extended attributes on file system objects. Installed programs, yes. Extends attributes on file system objects. Gets the extended attributes of the file system objects. Yes, good. The ACL 2.3.1 package contains utilities to administer access control lists, which are used to define more fine-grained discretionary access rights for files and directories. Prevent static libraries from being installed. The libcap package implements the user space interfaces to the POSIX. Implements the user space interfaces to the POSIX 1003.1e capabilities available in Linux kernels. These capabilities are a partitioning of the all-powerful root privilege into a set of distinct privileges. Go home for a second. I just want to double check this is right. Where's expect? Ah, there we go. I see it. I'm pretty sure I have them. Yeah. I just wanted to double check because I had to get rid of that search bar on the bottom. I had to exit this terminal. I know that wouldn't unmount anything. I just like to make absolutely sure everything is still as it should be. Especially before I go too far with it. Oh, I didn't. The libcat implements. Oh, I did read that. Sorry. The shadow. Okay. Disable the installation of groups program and its main man pages as core utils provides a better version. Also, prevent the installation of manual pages that were already installed. Instead of using default crypt method, use more secure SHA-52 method of password encryption, which also allows passwords longer than 8 characters. It's also necessary to change the obsolete varpol mail location for user mailboxes that Shadow uses by default to the var mail location used currently, and get rid of bin and sbin from path since they are simply symlinks to their counterpart in user. If bin and or sbin are preferred to be left over in path for some reason, modify path in bash rc after the LFS build. Okay. Okay. I've ran that and I ran that. If you chose to build with cracklib support, I chose to build cracklibs. What's cracklib? Which is used to check the password. It's not a replacement for password. It must be used in conjunction with an existing password. I don't think I care. But no, I don't care. Prepare Shadow for compilation. For those who don't know what Shadow is, Shadow package contains programs for handling passwords in a secure way. I think I mentioned it earlier, briefly. Shadow will be compiled. Oh, I think it was last episode. I mentioned it because we had to make a specific user. Was it this? No, it was last episode because we had to make a specific user. So for some of these, because it requires an actual user other than root. Cracklib support. Yeah, that works. Configure options. Touch. This touches the file. It needs to exist because its location is hard coded in some programs, and if it does not exist, the default location is not right. And then the maximum username is 32 characters. Make the maximum group name the same. Okay. Make J4. Make this one doesn't last long either. I don't think. No, it's fine. Next up is GCC. You'll see. I really think it's 50 SBUs. It doesn't take nearly that long, but it doesn't take you 15 minutes to compile it. It just is 50. Yep, we are okay. To enable shadowed passwords. To enable Shadow to run. Shadow's default configuration for the user add utilities, a few caveats. Oh. Second, to change default the file. I don't need to change default parameters, are you kidding me? I don't care enough. And it's fine the way it is. I don't really... This parameter causes issuing the following command. Oh. I think this is fine, if this is fancy stuff. If this was a main system, I would care more probably, but it's not. I'm changing them. That looks all okay. We'll go through the user creation later. It's not too difficult, but GCC 160 with tests. In this section, the test suite for GCC is considered important, but it takes a long time. First-time builders are encouraged to not skip it. First time. The time to okay. Well, I won't skip it. Holy Nikes. Okay. GCC. I told you it was a very long time. That's why we're gonna sit back and vibe while listening compiles, because there's no reason to do all that. GCC. I'm not expecting special languages. This parameter makes the configure script. Okay, make. Okay, now we're just gonna sit back, relax, take our time. We don't have anything that we need to worry about right now other than watching this compile. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go over here. We could mess around with Sloganizer. Again, I'll timestamp it so you won't need to watch this if you don't want to. Let's find another one. I wish I had a name. Blue. These really are slogans. Blue, better than sex. Blue is my microphone. I'm not going to lift it because it'll mess with the audio, but blue is my microphone. Blue nonstop. Blue, get ready. If you're young, have fun. God, put your own name in there and it gets weird. No wonder has a name. Wow, I feel honored. I guess. Let's just not. Newton's Cradle. Newton's Cradle. To hell with the rest. That's what I was gonna do. That was what I wanted to do for Arch Linux. Yeah, because it would have fit the community so well too. It would have been. Hold on 1 second. This can be closed. This would be to the hell with the rest of them. To hell with the rest. Arch Linux. It would be perfect, considering, well, exactly, well, the Arch community, for example. They're not as bad as I think they once were. And I think that, and don't get me wrong, I still think they are very, very, very good. But I think there's no doubting that they do hold Arch Linux way up here. They hold it above almost everything else. At least the ones that don't run anything else and make it their entire life that they run Arch Linux. You know what I mean? If you know, you know. I mean, if you don't, whatever. But to hell with the rest, yeah. That's pretty accurate. Newton's Cradle, so what? How's that a sloganize? How's that slogan? What? What are these ads? Hourglass for me. I don't know. Feel good with Hourglass. High life with Hourglass. Hourglass, once you have it, you love it. Yeah, these are definitely business slogans. Are you kidding me? Just the best. Oh my gods, it's a GCC. GCC empowers you. Thanks. Feel the magic of Linux from scratch. Ah. Inspired by Linux from scratch. Well, that's not really. Linux from scratch is better than chocolate. I disagree. Jesus loves Linux from scratch. I mean, if you're into that. I mean, if that's like, you know, you're religious, I guess. Today and tomorrow. This isn't too bad, considering. Easy Linux from scratch. Do you know Linux from scratch? Oh, let's think of something. Come on, we're intelligent people. What if for OpenSUSE? OpenSUSE know-how. That actually kind of rhymes. Discover the world of OpenSUSE, yeah. Feel the magic of OpenSUSE. OpenSUSE empowering people. Wow. Ubuntu. Ubuntu for your life. For those that are unfamiliar with what Ubuntu is, this is actually very interesting. I can, stop doing this for a second and actually maybe learn you something. Ubuntu is the modern open source. Yes, Ubuntu philosophy. We're going to talk about the philosophy. Ubuntu, the word, is actually it's an African origin. It's an African word. It's a political philosophy from this place. I'm sorry, I don't know how to say it. Bantu. I'm sorry, I don't want to. It means humanity. So it's frequently stated it is I am who I am because of what we all are. It is sometimes translated as I am because we are. Also, I am because you are, or humanity towards others. In Xhosa, the latter term is used, but it is often meant in a more philosophical sense to mean the belief of a universal bond of sharing that connects all humanity. So it has a bunch of different. So Ubuntu is used in this place, Nguni Bantu. I don't want to. I think that's right. But then all these different words, Ubuntu, Batho, Unu, Hunu, Utu, Munto, Mundu, Mundu, Omundu, Umundu, Batho, Kimuntu, Ubuntu, Omundu, and then Ubuntu, of course. The name also differs by country. Various definitions. It's an authentic individual human being. They all point to one thing: an authentic individual human being is part of a larger and more significant relational, communal, societal, environmental, and spiritual world. Okay. Yes, there's many different definitions of what Ubuntu is. Cool fact: Nelson Mandela in 2006 was asked to define Ubuntu in a video used to launch Ubuntu Linux. Will this play?
Many people regard you as a personification of Ubuntu. What do you understand Ubuntu to be?
In the old days when we were young, a traveler through a country would stop at a village and he didn't have to ask for food or for water. Once he stops, the people give him food, entertain him. That is one aspect of Ubuntu, but it will have various aspects. Ubuntu does not mean that people should not enrich themselves. The question, therefore, is, are you going to do so in order to enable the community around you to be able to improve? These are the important things in life. And if one can do that, you have done something very important which will be appreciated.
That's much better than I expected it to be. That's unique. I did not expect that. That was, defined, that was Nelson Mandela. For those who don't know who that was, he was was the first president of South Africa. He was an anti-apartheid activist who was, again, served as the first president of South Africa from 94 to 99. He was the country's first black head of state, because this was just out of apartheid, and he was the first elected in a fully representative democratic election. For those wondering. We are because you are, and since you are, definitely I am, which sounds like a Dr. Seuss thing, but dead. Most definitely not. It's an actual thing. It's cool. History of the concept in African written sources. It's all over the place. It was in Zimbabwe, South Africa, and it was in diplomacy. It's been discussed in Elizabeth Frawley Bagley. I'm assuming it was under who was philanthropist to serve as the next U.S. ambassador. Oh, okay. U.S. Department of State. June 2009. That'd be with Barack Obama. When did he get sworn in? Yeah, that was under Obama. She discussed Ubuntu in the context of American foreign policy. That's interesting. In education, it's been used to guide and promote African education and decolonize it from Western educational philosophies. That makes sense. In social work, welfare, and development. In research, Ubuntu can guide research objectives, ethics, and methodology. In moral philosophy. In politics and leadership. In social justice, criminal justice, and jurisprudence. It's all over the place. Even outside of Africa. I'm sorry, Ubuntu Party? Is this what I think it is? Is this a political party? Cool. Wow. Alright. Wow. We are the ones we've been waiting for. What is this? The Ubuntu office. What? I don't know. What is it? We are a growing group of humans from all walks of life, mothers, fathers, scientists, teachers, and many other ordinary people who take care of other humans. We have taken these steps to share our knowledge with everyone in the belief that it will help us move towards unity and abundance for all. Note that none are more enslaved than those who believe that they are free. Ooh, interesting. Wow. That's pretty far left, I think. Cool. Sorry. Wow. Well, what reading do they have? I just want to... Ubuntu Festival. Oh, it's all over it's literally all over the place. I thought this was an African political party. This is... Whoa. That's interesting. Ubuntu political... I'm sorry, this is just... That's crazy. It's still going. It's a minor by 20 based on the principles the party espouses. Pseudo-legal idea. Oh, never mind. Pseudo-legal. What the hell? Aim to introduce 100% employment by slowing down the Reserve Bank and replacing it with the People's Bank. They will grant interest-free home loans. Holy crap. Fund massive public works and provide free electricity as Eskom. The state-owned electricity unit is owned by the people of South Africa. Oh, they also plan to eliminate the necessity for government altogether. I know what they are. Okay. But he's also this motherfucking guy. Alright, yeah, no. They downgraded it very quickly. second on their list of candidates. This was second, so it wasn't their first choice, but still, like, no, no, this is a no. I don't know why that takes. I don't know why that's a. I don't know why that is a thing being said. I'm sorry. That's just. They never had any seats. Never got elected. They sounded like they were pretty far left, but that is not far left. That's just dumbassery. I don't care what side you're on. Anyway, sorry. Still going. Well, we found that on a rabbit hole there, but, you know, I hope you learned something, and something about this super minor African political party that I've never heard of in my life. Yeah, cool. Okay, let's think. What else is there? Well, I don't really want to do Sloganizer anymore. We did that. Well, we can take a look at Distro Watch for all that care. I'm gonna check that out. I don't know. This is all just filler. So if you don't want to watch it, it's fine. Again, there's not watermarks. What the hell are they called? Timestamps down below. They have packages we track, package management. Honestly, I haven't spent too much time on DistroWatch. Use Linux BSD. Tutorials and learning built on Linux and opens TrueNAS. I've heard of TrueNAS. That's you install that onto It's on QNAP, I think. QNAS or QNAP or whatever. It's a server software. Salix is a Slackware Salix is a Slackware based distribution that's simple, fast. This includes on a high level. It's only about 1.5 gigs. As opposed to Slackware, which is 3.5 gigs for the just downloading stuff. On a high level, this release includes XFCE 4.16 as the main environment. It is now based on GTK 3, and almost everything else that comes with the default installation has been upgraded to GTK 3. This includes our graphical system tools, which have received significant updates and a more modern look. The default software selection hasn't changed much, but of course everything has been upgraded to their latest releases, including Firefox 102 ESR, 102 ESR, or LibreOffice 7.4, GIMP 2.10, and more. Wow. Never heard of Salix before. Whisker menu is used as our default panel menu now. There have been extensive discussions in our forums with respect to how the new release will look, and everything has been revamped, including a new GTK theme, a new icon theme, a new window manager theme, and a default wallpaper, especially tailored for Salix 15.0. While the light versions of the above are used by default, dark versions are readily available. In general, our users will find themselves in a modern but familiar environment. Details. Wow. I have never heard of it. Ever, honestly. Fifth. Today's the 10th, 5 days ago, that's Monday. 900, wow. This week we talk about a number of projects taking experimental paths. Alright, Deepin 23. Alright, I think I actually put this in my news, well, in the newscast, that, you know, I put that in my newscast. Deepin 23 came out. I didn't mention this because it wasn't independent. It wasn't I like talking specifically about independent, but now it looks like for the purpose of this trial, it looks like it is. They're working on getting it into an independent base, which would be good, Oh my God, it's loading downward. Is this done? Yes, it is. Okay. I could tell because I could see the CPU wasn't at like 100% anymore, which sounds dangerous. But as long as you don't, it's compiling, so that's honestly to be expected because I'm trying to get it compiled as quick as possible, which I do make J for. One of the tests is known to exhaust the default stack, so increase the stack size prior to running the tests. Test the results as a non-privileged user, but do not stop at errors. Okay. Test results. They say the test is takes a long time. So, we're just going to go back here. Head zip copyright. This is the Debian prepackaged version of zip. It's currently maintained by Siago. Yes. FTP. We don't use FTPs that much anymore, but I don't think I can connect to an FTP. What is it? .info. FTP. FTP.info.zip. infozip.org. Latest release. Zip is a compression, and it didn't go to it. Zip. FTP. I'm annoyed. Why didn't that go right to the FTP? I want to go to the FTP site. It's not working. Okay. There we go. I didn't let it use the entire CPU. Software management, yeah, store. Oh, I saw that. I'll go to it in a minute. Oh, hardened BSD. Okay. Miscellaneous news is a project which experiences security features and hardening improvements. Valve's Steam Deck. Yes. Debian reported issues with the repository. Watching for changes to directories. Yes. MX. Gecko. LFS 11.2. Yeah, baby. Ubuntu. Weekly torrents. Cool. Okay. What was I gonna look at? I don't remember. What do they say about Linux from scratch? What are the reviews? People review it. People start. What the? Where's Void Linux? Come on, Void. I'm sorry, I'm looking for my Void Linux over here. This doesn't seem right. Void Linux is more popular than this. Got a ton of hits. What? Where is it? There it is. I'd have a heart attack, my guy. 214. Good. Nothing like MX Linux. I guess it's because they just released it. I've never actually tried MX Linux. What is it? It's based on Debian, right? Yeah. Antics. What's it? Oh. Please, no. Nope. Okay, this is gonna get blurred. I don't know what the hell that was happening. Ads don't like me. Alright. Okay, rate this project. Where are the ratings? Average rating. But when it comes, there is no such thing as packing. You can't fork portage your Pac-Man. You're not supposed to. And you can, but it's not that portable. I'd rather use something like Nix or Geeks maybe. Honestly, just use it. Just use it without the package management. I'm just gonna say that. I used it without the package management. I had a great time. I mean, 56 years in the business. I'm still a rookie. Where's Void Linux? I don't really want to see it, but I do at the same time. Go. This is still going hot. Alright, what are your thoughts on Void? Passed, they all passed. Let's just scroll up a little bit. If that's it, then that's it. But yeah, that looks like it's it. Alright. .1, that's good to see. Oh my god, okay. Well, it's good to see it's more popular than Linux from scratch. But as much as I like Linux from scratch, but it's not popular. It is not a popular Linux distribution. It's not even. That's why I said people will actively, congratulate you. A small minimalist distribution with good repositories, a lightning fast package manager, comes with packages it needs to function while remaining smaller than Arch, doesn't need internet to install, and honestly seems to just work. I found this, it was a far better way of doing minimalist Linux than Arch, and the run it don't crucify me. And the run it system is easy enough to use. I would most definitely recommend this distro for anyone looking for something lightweight and extremely functional. Huh? Can I not vote anymore? What? A better way as added the system as an added bonus if it is also fast to get up and running as much as the Arch style Trute install gives you control. Having to do everything manually when all you need is a basic installation is a waste of time. The Trute style install is there for those that want it. But the option to have an installer is very nice. I am not logged in. I think I'm... Donate. That's odd. Never mind. I thought I hadn't. I'm thinking of something else. Random distribution. Show me random distribution. Bluestar Linux. Based on Arch, origin in Germany. Cool. Sorry. Bluestar Linux, SourceForge. In the case where multiple versions of a package are shipped with the distribution, only the default version appears in the table. For indication about the GNOME version, please check the Nautilus and GNOME shell packages. Wow. Okay. Got about 7.62 out of 10 from 39. Try another one. Random distribution. Free PBX. What is that? It's based on CentOS. CentOS isn't around anymore, is it? They killed it. Red Hat murdered it, didn't they? Free PBX, formerly Asterisk now, is a Linux distribution with an open source web-based graphical user interface that controls and manages Asterisk, PBX, an open source communication server. It's server software. Okay. Well, that's what... Are you kidding me? That's what CentOS is. What am I saying? Free PBX is licensed under the GNU General Public License. Free PBX can be installed manually or as part of a pre-configured Free PBX distribution. It's based on CentOS. And CentOS... Good. It comes natively with Inkscape and GIMP? What? Why? Oh. Yeah, GIMP. It comes natively with GIMP. I'm sorry. Oh, I got warmer quickly. Alpine never really looked... Alpine doesn't look good. I think Alpine's my least favorite out of all of the distribution, out of all my distribution wallpapers. It's not bad, I don't mean that. It's just I wish it didn't blend in like that. Really does take a while. Arch background, you know, you saw it. Keep it simple, stupid. Yeah, we're good. Bedrock. Bedrock is unique. I'm gonna show you guys Bedrock one day. I used it about a year ago or something, and I had a great time with it, but I haven't used it since. Bedrock Linux, it's an embedded Linux distribution, or it's a meta Linux distribution. I think it's called Meta. I don't know. It's something like that. Basically, you install a distribution and then you install a bunch of parts from another distribution on top of it. So let's say you installed Arch Linux but you can use the Arch Linux kernel, but the Void Linux package manager and the Void Linux init system and package manager, or just the init system and the Debian package manager, or you can actually, that would make no sense. You would probably do the Debian kernel and then the you would do that, vice versa. The Debian for the stable kernel, Void for the stable Void for the init system, Arch for the Pacman and AUR. What else would you do? I guess there's some other aspects. One second. If I go to their website, the website gives you a better example. Is a meta Linux distribution. Yeah, see, Debian stable core utils. Oh, Arch's cutting edge kernel. Sorry, Void's run it init system. A PDF reader with custom patches maintained by Gentoo's portage. A font from Arch's AUR. Games running against Ubuntu's libraries. Business software running against CentOS's libraries. All at the same time working together, mostly as though they were packaged for the same distribution. That's why I used it. Oh, they released 7. Okay, cool. 7.0. They're still on Poké though. I'm happy it's still being actively developed. Bedrock I like Bedrock. It's not maybe my first choice if on a production machine, unless I really learn how to use it. But you know, I like it. Bodhi background.png. Bodhi Linux. It's the enlightened operating system. I don't even know. I mean, if you know what it is, you know what it is. It's fairly out of left field. I found it on Distro Watch one day. It's a lightweight distribution. The 64-bit is built on top of Ubuntu. 32-bit is on top of has an Ubuntu 18.04 base. Is the enlightened Linux distribution. Here you'll find what you need to discover. All you need to discover more, the wiki, App Center, curated software. We are always looking for help, particularly looking for C, Bash, and Python programmers, translators, graphic artists, theme devs, and more. If you have skills to put to use or a willingness to learn, contact us via Discord or our forums. Not all users can nor want to contribute to the code or documentation, but even a small financial donation helps tremendously. When was 6.0 released? 2021. It's still being actively developed, I think. I'm not a fan of their site, but whatever. So that's what Bodhi Linux is. CentOS. We all know and love it. Well, we mostly do. CentOS. Enterprise Linux for the people. I found this on the web. Enterprise Linux for the people. I like that name. That struck a chord or something. I don't know, but I like the slogan. Bodhi, CentOS, Debian, the Universal Operating System. I found that Universal Operating System. I found that online. I think in terms of color scheme, this is my favorite. You know, that gray. You can still see it, but you know, the gray, the Universal Operating System, that nice red color. I don't know. Yes, I know this is shameless self advertising, but just go with it. Deepin Linux, ease and stability. Elementary OS, fast and open. I could not get the elementary OS alone, so it had to be like in this box thing, because it would just be white, and you can't really see white with the background. It just doesn't mix right. So elementary OS. Endeavor. Now, if you use Endeavor, you're probably never going to use this thing, because Endeavor, if you've ever used Endeavor, you know what I mean. They have some of the most beautiful aesthetics known to any Linux distribution ever created. If you know nothing else, just know that it has amazing graphics. They have an amazing wallpaper collection. It is beautiful. That seems like it wouldn't matter, but trust me, it's amazing. One second, let me just pull one of these things up. They are all like this. I mean, this is pretty. I mean, my God, I the ship, when I ran Endeavor OS for a little bit, the ship was mine. I used the ship one. This one's pretty. This one's pretty. This one's, nice. That one's pretty. You kidding me? That's amazing. That's unique. See what I'm saying? That one's pretty. If you use Endeavor OS, you will not. I guarantee you will not need that wallpaper. I don't know what I was doing when I made it. Look at this. Look at this. XFCE with i3. That's interesting. I mean, they even look cool. That looks cool. Not that one, but that looks cool. That's simple. That's nice. Let's see. That is that Endeavor OS? Yeah, the logo's right back there. That's Endeavor OS. That's Endeavor OS. That's Endeavor OS. I don't know. That's Endeavor OS. I don't know who made these, but they made them, and I love them. If you have Endeavor OS, there is no chance. I'm not expecting anyone to actually go to Endeavor OS, pick up that background, and say, I want this over all the other ones. I mean, look at it. I did what I could, but it's not the same. And what I just showed you, they all ship with Endeavor. Fedora, I actually had a funny time trying to find this. This is the release slogan from Fedora 7. They didn't have any slogan, like official slogan, so I went online, couldn't find anything, couldn't even find like a thread in some forum saying, oh, what would be an ideal slogan for Fedora? So I looked up Fedora Linux. So I actually found all of their release slogans, because they used to do release slogans up until 15, 16, something like that. This is the release slogan for Fedora 7. It's Unite. I mean, that sounds good. I'm okay with that. All of these were on like a guessing basis, if I'm being honest. Guru to Linux. Linux for the gamer. Guru to Linux. I also used Guru to Linux on Bare Metal on this machine. Actually, it was nice. I wouldn't necessarily use it all the time, but it is very, very bloated, noticeably bloated. Granted, it is for gaming, and it is still a very, very, very well made distribution. Please don't misunderstand me, but it is bloated for those that care. It is going to use up a lot of space. That's just a fact of life with this distribution. Gentoo. I haven't used Gentoo. I want to, though. I talked about this earlier. If it moves, compile it. Obviously, yes. Linux from scratch. Your distro, your rules. Your rules. Yep, that looks. I like the Linux from scratch logo, and this is actually on. Once you get counted, which I'll show you at the end, because I'm going to count this one because you can count all of your builds. So I'm going to count this build. I'll show you at the end once you log into your account. This, your distro, your rules. I really like that. That's great. I really like it. It is still going. What the? Linux from scratch. Linux Mint. From Freedom came Elegance. This I also found on a forum. So if it, you can send me any corrections if you don't like them. That's fine. If you must. I think I have my email is attached to my account. Just look up my name on GitHub or something. I am the king under the mountain. Smell. Build great tools. That is Magia's actual, that's what they focus on. Magia's build great tools. Don't know why, but that's what it is. I might do a Magia review or something. It's based on OpenMandravia, which is dead now, which is amazing to me, because that was around for a long time. But Mandravia was top of the charts forever, and then it started losing to Ubuntu, and it just fell apart. That was a long time ago, though. Don't listen. Don't hear too much about me. But that one I'll probably do a review of too. NixOS. I will review NixOS if you want me to. I really like NixOS. NixOS is. I really enjoy NixOS. I enjoy using it. I enjoy almost everything about it. It's a really nice distribution. Have a lot of fun is OpenSUSE. That checks out. Have you seen any of the OpenSUSE? Have you seen any OpenSUSE? Oh, if you haven't seen it, you need to see it. OpenSUSE. They're awful. Linux parodies. Now this is fine because it is not Personal Linux. Based on Personal Jesus. 25 years. Oh, I know what this is. Linus said is pretty good. It's bad. It's bad. It's,
Build custom industrial machines in days.
Helsinki is a magical place in Finland. It's where Linus Torvalds created Linux.
Linus said that it was open. Linus said that it was cheap, right out. All could use it for everything, like, and it was okay. Community decided it was good though. People started rolling their own distros, compiling zip files, 'cause it was good code.
Remember back in 1991, you posted on a Minix using a group. Just a hobby, won't be big at all. Started out with Bash and GCC. On AT discs is where it could be found. People loved it and it got passed around. A multi-threaded file system running on a 386. Well, Linus said that it was open. Linus said that it was GPL. All could use it for whatever they like, and it was okay. Community decided it was good code. People started rolling their own distros, compiling and see what they made files, 'cause it was good code. Now a mascot is a thing to do. Little penguin did him at the zoo. Larry Ewing drew it up for view. Got the name for ducks from James Hughes. Richard Stallman founded GNU. Emacs and GCC2. License under copy left us through. Code is free as in speech for me and you. Well, Linus said that it was open. Linus said that it was GPL. All could use it for whatever they like, and it was okay. Community decided it was good code. People started rolling their own distros, compiling and see what they made files, 'cause it was good code. Whoa, I know which shell is mine. My desk is gnome. When I go surf the interwebs, my browser is Chrome. When my friends ask how it thrives, and how Linux keeps all of it flowing, benevolent dictator for life is why I'm okay. I said I'm okay. You know what Linus said? You know what he told us? Well, Linus said that it was open. Linus said that it was GPL. All you use it for whatever they like, and it was okay. Community decided it was good code. People started rolling their own distros, compiling and see what they made files, 'cause it was good code. Linus said that it was open. Linus said that it was GPL. All could use it for whatever they like, and it was okay. Community decided it was good code. People started rolling their own distros, compiling and see what they made files, 'cause it was good code.
For those who don't know, OpenSUSE, or the SUSE Corporation, SUSE, it's SUSE Enterprise Linux, I think, is the one who they do it, but they make these music parodies every year, and people wait for these things. I'm not surprised they don't. 1 second. Success. Parody music video. They have 31 of these things.
Unlock your full creative potential. Go to fxhome.com now and download the only video editing software you'll ever need.
I use
Snakes go hiss, owls go hoot, horse goes neigh, and pigeons poop. Lions roar, sheep goes by, and the platypus goes geese say honk, and piggies oink, and the chimps go ah ah ah. But there's one sound that no one knows. What's the chameleon say? Ring ding 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 ding, ring ding 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 ding, ring ding 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 ding. What's the chameleon say? Chop chop chop.
I don't even like. Oh my god. I never liked this song when it came out. I don't know why I thought this would be any better, but it's stupid. Oh my god. OpenSUSE. Good lord. SUSE Corporation. Where are you guys going? My god. When did this come out? This is 2013. This is the first. Yeah, we could just skip this one. This is really annoying. Everything is open. Music studio, video. Everything is open.
Hi, my name's Danny, and we are singing Everything is Open. And it's gonna be awesome.
I'm Jenny.
What are we doing?
Everything is green when you're on Sousa's team. Ooh!
I know what this is.
Everything is open.
Oh my god.
Everything is open.
I told you they made these.
Everything is green when you're on Sousa's team. Everything is open when you intend.
I can't play it because if you go based on the Lego one, this is from Lego Movie, which came out in 2015, but that song is copyrighted. This, it counts as it's fair use because it's a YouTube video and it's a parody, and it's not like you can go buy this or anything.
Everything is better when we work together.
Yeah, I don't need to keep playing that one. Sousa, yes, please.
We're going around the city today, hitting as many IT departments as we possibly can. It's gonna be great. We're late. Let's go.
You're hurting, baby. You're broken down. You need our loving, you need it now. When you're without us, your server's weak. We'll get you back up and off your knees, yeah. You're gonna be needing our love. You'll wanna be deep in our love. We'll support you when you're away. Ooh, baby, 'cause I really don't care where you are. Just wanna be there where you are. Gotta give you one little taste. Sousa, yes please. Won't you come and optimize with me? We're right here, 'cause you need little love, will let us know that tea. Yeah, we'll show you innovation, control it all night. Need a little Sousa in your life. Sousa, yes please. Won't you come and optimize with me? Your cloud deployments, we put them up. Never leave you hanging, 'cause we support you. When you're without us, system so insecure. We are the one thing you're living for. You're gonna be needing our love. You'll wanna be deep in our love. We'll support you when you're away. Ooh, baby, 'cause I really don't care where you are. Just wanna be there where you are. Gotta give you one little taste. Sousa, yes please. Won't you come and optimize with me? We're right here, 'cause you need little love, will let us know that tea. Yeah, we'll show you innovation, control it all night. Need a little Sousa in your life. Sousa, yes please. Won't you come and optimize with me? You want that software storage, you want that safe, that's sweet. Don't let nobody touch it unless that somebody's me. We gotta be a partner, there ain't no other way. But make you greener than a chameleon on a sunny day. We don't wanna play no games, you don't gotta be afraid. Gonna give you open source, no vendor locking, that's my Sousa. Yes please, won't you come and optimize with me? We're right here, 'cause you need little love, will let us know that tea. Yeah, we'll show you innovation, control it all night. Need a little Sousa in your life. Sousa, yes please. Won't you come and optimize with me? Optimize with me.
That's amazing. Is this done yet? No.
12 months ago, I was working in the fast food industry. Today, I have a 6-figure job in coding. I was able to do it so fast because I learned under what is called an apprenticeship degree by DevSlopes. Most coding boot camps only teach you how to code. They don't.
It's 12 months.
Do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do do.
This bit uncontrolled, a bad bug, make my system fold. This bug and the kernel, my uptown seasons freaking spazzing. My manager's mad, it ain't pretty. I need caffeine, a big screen, gotta fix the server and it's jiffy. It's too hot.
I'll play it in a second, but for those that don't know, what uptime is specifically within like big servers and such. Uptime is huge. They generally don't. For example, my dad works with a trucking company that specializes in logistics. They well, he specializes with logistics, but trucking just is a logistics thing. It's just logistics. That's all they do. But he has to work with logistics and such. But a server cannot just be turned off and turned back on again easily. They have to go through a bunch of different steps. That's why they don't turn them off unless they absolutely have to, or unless they crash and you don't want it to crash. But that's why, you know, you see uptimes. There's okay. Uptime. Not exactly uptime. 1 second. Where is it? There it is. Is this old Reddit? No. It's just taking a long time to load. That's fine. Sexy uptime. Yeah, sure, whatever. 2-month uptime. See, it's uptime. But it's a university compute node. This is a server. Cisco. Look at this. Restarted. It was 12 years. 11. Most of these are awful because they're not servers. Some of them being servers. Look, Windows 10 laptop being decommissioned. Uptime this many days and this many hours. It's awful. It's awful. Please, if you are running a computer and you value your computer, please do not, please.
Hot patch. Contour boards and go hard, man. It's too hot. Hot patch. Make a sysadmin retire, man. It's too hot. Hot patch. Said, holy cow, am I in the jam? It's too hot. Hot patch. Telling you now, it ain't funny. Service down. Live patch and hallelujah. Live patch and hallelujah. Live patch and hallelujah. Cause Uptime Phone gon' give it to ya. Cause Uptime Phone gon' give it to ya. Cause Uptime Phone gon' give it to ya. Saturday night and the server's alright. Don't reboot it, just patch. Ow! Don't reboot it, just patch. 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 Hey, 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 oh. Don't reboot in it. Found a fix, grab code from Git, make a build, pass the test. Julio, make a pass. Right to Provo, Nuremberg, Newberry in the UK. We got Linux, and there's no doubt gonna fix the server in a jiffy. I'm all green, hot patch. Called the Penguin and Chameleon. I'm all green, hot patch. Called Torvalds and Cobra Hardman. It's too hot, hot patch. Yo, say my name, you know who I am. It's too hot, hot patch. I ain't a simple code monkey, nothing's down. Live patch and hallelujah. Live patch and hallelujah. Live patch and hallelujah. Cause Uptime Phone gon' give it to ya. Cause Uptime Phone gon' give it to ya. Cause Uptime Phone gon' give it to ya. Saturday night and the server's alright. Don't reboot it, just patch. Don't reboot it, just patch. you up. Uptime funk you up. Uptime funk you up. Uptime funk you up. I said uptime funk you up. Uptime funk you up. Uptime funk you up. Uptime funk you up. Come on, Patch, get on it. If you're stable, then flown it. If you're online, then own it. Don't text about it, come show me. Come on, Patch, get on it. If you're stable, then flown it. When it's Saturday night and the summer's alright, don't reboot it, just patch. 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 Hey, 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 how? Uptime funk you up. Uptime funk you up. Say what? Uptime funk you up. Uptime funk you up. Uptime funk you up. Uptime funk you up. Say what? Uptime funk you up. Uptime funk you up. Come on, hey. Uptime funk you up. 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 Uptime funk you up.
Oh, Killing in the name of, I think it's.
Do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Hey, we're shooting up time.
Build custom industrial machines in days.
Oh, that's the Beatles. Oh, I haven't heard this one.
Systems, man, it feels like a breeze.
Yes.
He got no locking, he got open stack cloud, he got mainframe Linux he used, yes, and Kiwi he said, I know Pro, you know Ruby. The one thing I can tell you is you got to be free. Code together right now. We're all free.
This is, gets progressively better, and this it's. Some of my favorite videos on YouTube. Thank God it has a parody of good music that results in good music. Yeah, you guys are making my day. Should let anyone know which machine is open source. That's a long time you should see the This is such an amazing. This is what I'd expect from a team that releases such an amazing OS. Glad. I guess I didn't thank the internet. Show me my machines, make more of them. No, they do. They made so many more. Adidas, Unicorn, and the whole thing.
He on the mainframe, he got desktop powers, he rules top 500, he won real bad mother, he said 1 and 1 is 17. Got to be good looking cause he's so good with me. Code together right
Crazy.
now.
really did make it a much better song. I mean, not a much better song. They covered it and they made a parody of it. It's actually good. It's not better. It's not better, but it is good. Patting the chameleon. That's so good.
Yeah.
Can't stop the Sousa.
I got that freedom
Oh god.
in my tea.
Oh god.
I got the power of this whole community. It's open, my choice, my own. I'm innovating always when I'm in my zone. Got that million in my pocket, got that penguin at my feet, got that hot code in my hands. It's open source. Ooh, got that cloud, I got that storage. It all works phenomenally. That's the way that SUSE rocks it. So don't stop. Under this hypervisor I chose. Nothing to hide 'cause we got open code. When we live fast, don't have to reload.
This is crazy.
Space wagon is my systems. At a glance. Feels so good by my system. Choice that I dance. Only your face source for me. It's my stance. Got the millions, got the moves. So keep dancing. Can't stop the Sousa. So just dance. Can't stop the Sousa. So just dance. Ooh, open technology. Adapt to win, let's just begin. I'm feeling free. Emotic session.
Ooh, cool.
I'm in control. Rim is high, no swap use 'cause I'm in my zone. 'Cause I got that chameleon in my pocket. Got that penguin at my feet. I run that doctor image aim. It never drops. I run my 7 things atop it. Data stored phenomenally. Distributed data's how we rock it. So don't stop. No matter what file system I chose. Nothing to hide 'cause we got open code. When we live fast, don't have to reload. Down with downtown. Space wagon is my systems. At a glance. Figuring with sauce so I can dance.
Oh my god, they animated it.
Only your resource for me is my stance. Got the millions, got the moves. So keep dancing. Can't stop the Sousa. So just dance. So just dance. Can't stop the Sousa. So just dance. Yeah. So keep dancing. Come on.
Yeah.
Can't stop the. Can't stop the. Managing my systems at a glance. Feel so good by my system. Choice that I dance. Only your resource for me is my stance. Got the millions, got the moves. So keep dancing. Everybody sing. Open feeling in my body. Lyrics feeling in my body. Sousa feeling in my body. Open feeling in my body.
Never down.
Sousa feeling in my body. Open feeling in my body. Come on.
Nice.
Don't forget about spelling and grammar.
to the masses. Building sleds with open sources. Bringing Linux to the masses. Building sleds with open sources. Bringing Linux to the masses. Building sleds with open sources. Bringing Linux to the masses. Coding in the name of.
This is something else. If you know the item,
Coding in the name of.
I've heard the original song. I just haven't heard it now.
Push my changes to GitHub. 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 Push my changes to GitHub.
25. Oh, I bet this is 7 year. Oh my god, I don't care about the Federalist Papers. Shut up.
It's been 25 years, we've been a company. We started business in the early 90s. It's been 25 years. It was a Minix world, Kowalski made it better. Pushing programming to the limits, Linux he delivered. In 92, 4 German dudes thought it could be much bigger. Started business down in Nuremberg, they pulled the trigger. Once we were 1 year old, and Linux was free. But support was something people needed, sold at a nominal fee. It was a crazy dream like no other before me. Started on floppy disks and at the start they sold just 40. This jargon it don't bore me, cause they were out for glory. From Slackware to a Jurix distro, what else will they show me? Once we were 5 years old, and who could have guessed we conquered Europe and moved to the US? Once we were 5 years old. We focused on our goals, sought out our destination. Developed, yes, it was a kick-ass graphic installation. Next Enterprise server for IBM was a sensation. We sometimes even took our work with us when we vacationed. Once we were 20 years old, we had it going on and held our first annual SusaCon. Once we were 20 years old.
This is great. This is great.
Soon we'll be 30 years old. Nils, what is foretold? We're all around the world and we're still growing. Soon we'll be 30 years old. I'm always open source so the whole world can use me, so I can build a better world and try with all my normies to build me and control me. What's the future hold for me? And our community as soldiers on to build the story. Soon we'll be 60 years old. Can you imagine what we'll have done? Reprogram brains and maybe just go build some better ones. We could go back in time and SUSE time machines, but then we'll tell the founders not to change a freaking thing. Cause soon we'll be 60 years old. What will the future hold? I want to see what kind of world we're building. Soon we'll be 60 years old. Oh. Soon we'll be 60 years old. What will the future hold? I want to see what kind of world we're building. Soon we'll be 60 years old. It's been 25 years, we've been a company. Started business in the early 90s. Once I was 1 year old.
Wow. That's good.
It's been 25 years.
See? Oh my god.
I was a little shocked.
Susan, now Holly. Hallelujah. Is this what I think it is?
Professor Terence Tao is the equivalent of a rock star in mathematics.
Regarded as the greatest mathematician.
Oh, this is different.
See Chameleon with this crazy spin out tongue. He dance around, he's got it going on. Yeah, he's a trendsetter. We all like to be him. He's the king of the open source. You best believe the hype. He's transforming data centers. Holy innovation. No, he puts the open in your open source now.
He got Susan for me, baby. He got Susan for me now.
No,
And he'll be real good to me.
it's not even that, but I just. What's the parody of? Paint it black by the Rolling Stones. Yes. Now, go away. I know it's not funny, but
Chameleons everywhere, I want them to turn green. I see my friends go party to proprietary code. I have to shake my head as their frustration grows. My world is lines of code and it's all painted green. With OBS, my package hosted to be seen. I push my source to get and quickly it deploys. Automated, everything is my shiny sparkly toy. I look inside containers, see them glowing green. Micro OS is awesome, makes the host so lean. Kubernetes orchestrates as quickly as I can say. Auto-scaling day and night leaves me smiling every day. And I need my code deployed, Cloud Foundry is my thing. OpenStack can
What is
reach
that, a
the
wave?
worlds of legacy and bling. Software defines my network and my storage too. It's easy looking good when Susie's in my room. I see a server and I want to paint it blue. Chameleons everywhere, I want them to turn green. I see my friends go marching to proprietary code.
I follow, but I don't.
I have to shake my head as their frustration grows.
It's by far. Criminally underexposed. Yeah, I agree.
I wanna see it painted green, chameleon green, suits the code. I wanna see soup rule the world. I wanna see it painted green.
It's pretty good. I haven't even heard of Painted Black by the Rolling Stones. So. That's just a bad way to think. I mean, I don't know. Whatever, it doesn't matter. What's Kubernetes? What's this one? A parody of?
Imagine if manufacturing automation was simple. Introducing Vention. One platform to design,
Oh, I know. This is a
automate,
parody of. Oh, this is not
Never mind.
What?
Too many letters.
I'm Pinocchio.
Now streaming.
Oh my God! They made it. Oh. Ew.
This game,
They made another Pinocchio.
you're not ready for it.
That first, the remake wasn't even good. It's atrocious. This was. Oh my God! Bangles.
All the DevOps guys with that code, they do the Git branch, don't you know? They commit real quick, build test, deploy like a domino. Update
not like a chameleon.
Sousa people are. Seriously, he's crazy. This is taking a very long time. I might cut it.
Yeah, sure. It's actually fine.
Talking about love. I don't know, we're just gonna find a couple that are good. Season, the time has come. Okay, song.
It's time for you to sing. A partner
Midnight
who
Oil.
comes in green with open source and software storage. Bring you up to smooth IT. The time has come to make code free
This isn't bad.
and load it up to the community. The time has come for OpenStack, 'cause SUSE can, and that's a fact. SUSE you need for some innovation. We have to reach IT transformation. It's SUSE you need for some innovation. We have to reach IT transformation. The time has come to build your zone. Go hand in hand with the chameleon. Contain a building based on Zen with libvirt or with KVM. After pads, there's no need to reload. Thanks to SUSE for the open code. The time has come to make code free
It's based on a
and
song.
load it up
On this
to
song
the
from
community.
an Australian band called Midnight Oil. Never heard of them in my
The
life.
time has come.
Check them out.
Choose on your own. If you want them free.
At the start of the day, while you're sleeping away, she's coding. In the mind as she drives, she's writing apps
stars. Wait, I know what this is.
My mom will bury me with my cleats.
I don't.
Opioid dependence can happen
understand,
after just
but
5 days.
You can. I know what this is.
This entrepreneur brand logo was done by a top freelancer on Fiverr. Is simply wow.
Oh, they've made a couple of good stuff for it. They were even doing the glasses thing with the sunglasses where you sit at the table and flip the table. You don't flip the table. I've seen the original video. It's very...
Linux, Torvalds, Minix, Clown, Free, Kernel, Neveron, GNU, GPL, Latinx, and all is well. SLS and Yastin's dollar running up a million power. Zipper in and zipper run just to keep it running well. Pentagram, Geeko, Enterprise, pay as you go. Build it fast, OBS, open QA for your test community. Driven, open source is not forbidden. Kubernetes, Rancher, desktop, K3S is just the best. We didn't stop the kernel. It was always open and the world keeps coding. We didn't stop the kernel. Yet we have been proving that we led its movement.
Nice.
Started long ago, supporting Linux as you know. Auto, yes, and auto, building Kiwi, image gold. SAP application, simplified administration, daring different, being bold. Get the greenest distro. Live our lives every day, make the world a better place. Open source, hack week with our friends. Pushing code, pushing limits, make containers scale within it. IoT, the edge is free. We'll be here until the end. We didn't stop the kernel, but we keep it growing as we have it coding. We didn't stop the kernel, yet we have been proving that we land its
This is really good.
Rodeo community, innovation, celebration, spontaneity. De facto standards, penguins are our favorite birds. Uptime, real time, and fit security. Lifecycle management, SUSE manager handles it. Provision, Petrovision, Salt is in its core. In the cloud or in your DCS, we make it super easy. Multi-distro, multi-platform, who could ask for any more? We didn't stop the kernel. It was always open and the world keeps coding. We didn't stop the kernel. Yet we have been proving that we led its movement. Better, faster, SUSE, singing hallelujah. Zipsicon is going on, watch Demopalooza. Live patch and makes it clear, reboot only once a year. Public sector, private sector, zero trust, secure new vector. CHA for the win, cluster almost anything. On a mission, SUSE vision, what else do I have to say? We didn't stop the kernel, but we keep it growing as we have it coding. We didn't stop the kernel, yet we have been proving that we land its movement. CSPs, hyperscalers, many choices, pick your favors on demand. Marketplaces, putting image through its paces, saving money, saving time, give your business peace of mind. Hopes it gets or roll your own, rent your managed workloads. Mainframe, server side, even in the car you drive. 30 years of software dead, getting better everywhere. Making Linux the most stable, software failures off the table. Around the globe, writing code, shipping, now it's time to go. We didn't stop the kernel, but we keep it growing as we have it coding. We didn't stop the kernel, yet we still have been proving. We'll continue to do it and on 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 and on. We didn't stop the kernel, but we keep it growing as we have it coding. We didn't stop the kernel, yet we have been proving that we land its movement. We didn't stop the kernel, but we keep it growing as we have it coding. We didn't stop the kernel, but we keep it growing as we have it coding. We didn't stop the kernel, yet we have been proving a Green Linux movement.
That was great. We're just gonna stop with that because I think it might be actually taking up some of the resources that this needs. So we just don't want to fail. Huh. Four tests. Both XPath. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are those 4. Yep. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, look, I'm just gonna say this. If you're doing it the first time around, do tests. I would encourage you to do tests. Please don't, just because I stopped, don't stop doing tests. But I do know that that test is going to work. It also, this is also, which it sounds stupid, but, do the tests. Please do the tests. If you have the time, do the tests. I made the mistake of falling down a rabbit hole of amazing parody videos by the OpenSUSE Corporation, which I highly encourage you to go watch if you like music and you're funny, just laughing. Yeah. Okay. Contrib. It's still not bad. I also don't want to. It was also, keeping my CPU at a steady 100% for a long time. I don't like that. It didn't help. Again, I was watching videos. That did not help at all. That was stupid of me. But just test the results. If you're doing this, just test the results. If I wasn't watching a video, this would have gone a lot quicker. But make sure you test the results. Is owned by Tester now. Okay, create a symlink required for historical reasons. What? Why? Okay. Add a compatibility symlink. So if you've noticed anything, yesterday my video was a lot more serious. It was basically, you saw it, me, I did a lot of commentary on, the state of what was happening with everything, and it was stupid. It was, and I was commentating on the proprietary software and such, but in reality, that was just, it was stupid. I mean, it wasn't stupid, but it was, I'm trying to find the best way to say this. It was a lot. It wasn't stupid. That's not what I'm trying to say. It was more somber, I guess. Not somber, but yeah, somber is the right word. What am I doing? It was somber, but I'm gonna put the files onto I'm gonna put this onto an external hard drive. Just take it downstairs once I'm done with this. Then, but I don't want my streams just to be me yelling about stuff, or just doing this. I want to have some fun with you guys, and I figured that's a way to do it. And also, that's not copyrightable music because it was a parody made by OpenSUSE, and OpenSUSE open sources it, I believe. I'm not gonna play it. I'm just gonna. They didn't open source it. They licensed it under celebrates his 25th birthday. Yeah. Alright. x86, yes. Now you want this again, now that our final tool chain is important again to ensure. Yes. Now make sure that we're set up to use the correct start files. 1IN succeeded. Okay. Depending on your machine architecture, the above. That GCC found all three of the okay. The important thing to look for is GCC found all three of the CRT asterisk.o files. GCC x86 PC Linux GNU 12.20. Okay. Again, the directory named after your target triplet may be different than the above, depending on your architecture, the system architecture. Next, verify that the new linker is being used with the correct search paths. User local lib64, user lib64, user x86 PC lib, user lib, okay. Using correct libc. Attempt to open user libc so.6 succeeded. Correct dynamic linker. Found LD Linux x86 64 so.2 at user lib LD Linux x86 64 so.2. If the output does not appear, then something is seriously wrong. Nothing seriously wrong. Clean up the last files. Alright. Finally, move the misplaced file. Oh, I didn't read it off. GCC package contains a GNU compiler collection, which includes the C and C++ compilers. Package config 0.292. Approximate build time 0.3 SBUs. Package config 0.29.2. The package config package contains a tool for passing the include path and/or library paths to build tools during the configure and make phases of the package installations. Buddy Holly Ben Mafia cash flow Enzel is a no-go. To similarly Payola Kennedy Chubby Checker Psycho Belgians in the Congo. J4 check. All 39 passed, yeah, definitely. All 30 passed. Make install. Again, I can't stress this enough. I know I already talked this about. already. Oh wait. Package config package contains a tool for passing the include path and/or library paths to build tools during the configure and make phases of package installations. Again, I can't stress this enough. If it is your first time around and it is on I know it will work on this computer. I've done it on this computer before. I know that the tests will work. But that does not mean that I was completely wise in doing so. I think it would have been better if I did all the tests. Now, for this purposes, I would almost bet my life savings it's gonna work. But if you're doing it for at least your first time, maybe second time, if you haven't done it before, or maybe you've only done it once, then definitely do the tests and finish the tests, please. Please. Okay. Okay, prepare end curses for compilation. The end curses package contains libraries for terminal independent handling of character screens. We need this for the Linux kernel configuration, which is a thing. It's a process. J4. Okay, then also make installation of this package will overwrite libcurses swso.6.3 in place. It may crash the shell process which is using the code and library file. Install the package with destdir and replace the file correctly using install command. A useless static archive which is not handled by configure is also removed. Many applications still expect the linker to be able to find non-wide character and curses libraries. Trick such applications into linking with wide character libraries by means of symlinks and linker scripts. Finally, make sure that old applications that look for -L curses or at build time are still buildable. If desired, install the ncurses documentation. The instructions above don't create non-wide ncurses libraries, since no package installed by compiling from sources would link against them at runtime. However, the only known binary-only applications that link against non-wide character ncurses libraries require version 5. If you must have such libraries because of some binary-only applications, or to be compliant with LSB, build a package again with the following commands. Non-wide, since no package installed would link against them at runtime. That's fine, I don't need this. Yeah, that's good. Now next up is sed. The sed package contains a stream editor. Test the results. Pass, pass, pass. Yeah, they're all passing. Skipped about 21, but 157 of them passed, so. MISC 23.5. Make J4. Make install. The MISC package contains programs for displaying information about running processes. Getxt. What is it? O.21. R.gz. O.21. Configure. The Getxt package contains utilities for internationalization and localization. These allow programs to be compiled with NLS or native language support, enabling them to output messages in the user's native language. This one might take a little bit long. It really probably won't. 2.7 SBUs. It'll be done. Configuration might actually take the most time with the amount that I'm using make for, you know. Actually, the tests might take the longest. I don't know. We'll see. Make J4. Yes, yes. We were 25 years old. What else? really see anything. I just don't know anything I can talk about, really. Okay. Check. Test results. Takes about 3 minutes. Okay. I guess I can just show you more of these in the meantime. It's not like it's hurting anything. Sort of running out of them. There's Peppermint OS in case you use it. I never tried Peppermint OS, but faster than the speed of Starlight. I found that on their website. That's actually that's ingenious. You know, Starlight mints. That's cool. 75. Rocky Linux CentOS as it should have been. Which sounds like a shot at CentOS, but since CentOS got taken out by, well, yeah, effectively got taken out by Red Hat, Rocky Linux has been I'd say its predecessor. We're all done. We're good. Bison 3.8.2.tar.gz. Bison 3. Yeah, 8.2. Alright, configure. Yeah, it looks like it actually takes longer. The make J4 check is what takes the longest out of all of these. So there's Rocky Linux. I've been meaning to try out Rocky Linux just to see what it's like. I'm not sure what exactly it uses for a package manager. There's Scientific Linux for your labs, in case you are a science person and you really want to have Linux on your computers in your laboratories. Or, you know what I mean. Scientific Linux. I showed you that. What the? I'm just having a banner day. Alright. Slackware. Long live Slackware. Yeah. Long live Slackware. I'm gonna do another Slackware video. I'm gonna do a Slackware video. And I enjoyed it when I used it. Again, I didn't use it quite right because I did a full installation, which doesn't make much sense at all. But that's aside the point. Slackware is the Linux distro. I mean, yeah, you know, Linux from scratch is pure Linux, if you will, but Slackware is like, do you want to go back in history for a second? Use Slackware. Now, that's not to say that it's outdated or anything. They just released 15.5, 15.0, and they have Slackware current, which is actively updated. So, and they're very, very remarkably strong community behind them. So, don't please, just because Slackware is the oldest living distribution does not mean that it's a bad distribution by any means. It is from my experience, it was a great distribution. But Long Live Slackware, I found, it was actually a mini documentary. I think it was Brazilian or something. Long Live Slackware. Videos. Mini documentary. Independent Brazilian mini documentary. It wasn't bad. I actually watched the whole thing. It was like 30 minutes. 20 minutes, sorry. Long Live Slackware. I'm surprised they don't use this as their own. And Dark Star. I'm surprised they don't use this as their own stupid little. That's their own gimmick. As their own slogan. Because I would bet that independent Brazilian people who made that, they'd be like, you know, hey, Slackware said yes. I mean, that'd be cool, wouldn't it? I mean, I don't know. But Long Live Slackware, considering how long it's been around, is just amazing. It fits perfectly. There's Triskel. For those that don't know what Triskel is, I don't blame you. I wouldn't know what it is if I didn't try it out first. Triskel is made strictly by the FSF. It is GNU/Linux. It, you know, because that's what they call it. And, it is, put simply, GNU Geeks. But, you know, it doesn't have GNU Geeks. It uses apt. That's the only difference. I swear to you, that's the only difference. GNU Geeks is an operating system built around the Geeks package manager. And, you know, it has an option where you can run herd for whatever godforsaken reason. The GNU herd kernel. But then you also can have, if you really want to, you can have, but this one is Linux kernel, but it's Triskel. It's if I had it my way, I don't know. Triskel, if you like it, you like it. It's not that good. It's not that good. It's Debian, but everything is free software. So not that free software is bad, but there's some things that, specifically the FSF, and I'm about to get a little philosophical here, but specifically the FSF has some. It doesn't like open source, which doesn't sound right. I know it doesn't sound right. I know, trust me, I know, which is why I there's some things about them I'm not a fan of, but the FSF does not like the open source because it doesn't equal free software, which I honestly don't even know how they made that sort of leap. One second. FSF and versus open source. There's like a whole debate with it. There, GNU.org. Why open source misses the point of free software by guess who? Richard Stallman. The term free software and open source stands for almost the same range of programs. However, they say deeply different things about those programs based on different values. The free software movement campaigns for freedom of the users of computing. It is a movement for freedom and justice. By contrast, the open source idea values mainly practical advantage. It does not campaign for principles. We mean that it respects users' essential freedoms: the freedom to run it, to study and change it, the freedom to redistribute copies with or without changes. This is a matter of freedom, not price, so think of it as free speech. Yes, we talked about this. Those freedoms are vitally important, they are essential, I don't think you understand exactly what free software is, because you still have the freedom to run it. You still have the freedom to study it and change it, and you can redistribute copies of it. Well, you can fork it and make some reasonable amount of. It depends on the license they use. I cannot stress this enough. It depends on the license they use, but it is But they do have the opportunity to redistribute copies with or without changes. Again, I cannot stress they have to credit it no matter what, but there's still licenses, including your own GPL v2 and I think v3, that let you use that. Probably GPL too. I'm just saying they don't seem to connect. Because open source is just a more vague term, let's just be honest, because it can encapsulate anything. Technically, Chromium is open source, but I would never use it. It is open source, but it is not. That is where I guess the main difference for the free software is, because free software tends to be like, if it has any trackers, it is the evil spawn of Satan or something, which I sort of understand. I don't want to be tracked, but it that's like the main difference, and that's only some, like, most of the ones that track you are actually proprietary firmware or proprietary software, because they don't want to, not firmware, please, not firmware, proprietary software. Because proprietary software, you can't look at the code, so it doesn't know whether it's tracking you or not. So they're probably the ones that are actually tracking you, as opposed to the open source ones. But the ones that are open source, like Google Chrome, what are they doing, you know? What is the free... Okay, what is the GNU operating system? The GNU operating system consists of GNU packages, as well as free software released by third parties. It's Triskel. It's Triskel. It's Triskel. Triskel. And Geeks, and Hyperbola, and Dragora, and Parabola, and PureOS, and Triskel. Wait, I just said Triskel, sorry. And PureOS, and Parabola, and Hyperbola, Geeks, Dragora, all of them, that they are GNU. They think everything, you know, has to be their way, but, you know, they're also, like, very, like, Tokaye, if you want to go to the national hacker, the international, whatever, great advantage of the inventions of others, you know, very Ben Franklin, you know, strongly urges, yes. They also get some of the more extreme people. They can be very exclusive, about what they, not whether it's free software or not. We all know they're exclusive about free software, but they're like, free software is the only way to go, and there's some members, that I've run into in my travels on the internet, that do not believe that if it has any small, if you have the opportunity to install proprietary software on it, it is bad. So, you know, let that just be known. They are not perfect by any means. For those that don't know, Bison, I said it. The Bison package contains a parser generator. This won't take long. Make Lina said it was okay. GPU never make files. It's okay. Lina said it was open. Said it was GPU. Like, it's okay. The grep package contains programs for searching through the contents of files. By the way, bash package contains a born again shell. See, I thought I'm moving a little bit slower today, I think. But I think everything is because it's I've had some things to do. I think this is gonna be a shorter video, just finishing everything up. But the meaning of a new configure option. This option tells Bash to read the readline library that's already installed on the system, rather than using its own readline version. To prepare the tests, ensure that the tester user can write to the sources tree. The test suite of the package is designed to be run as a non-root user that owns the terminal. To satisfy the requirement, spawn a new sudo terminal using expect and write the tests as a tester user. Lina said it was open. What is this doing? See you in the make file. Okay. Okay. Cool. I don't. No, that didn't tell me anything, but that didn't tell me it didn't explicitly yell at me, so I guess we're okay. everybody, and then everybody knows what bash is, but again, born again shell. libtool 2.4.7. .tar.gz. This won't take hardly any time either. Oh, that's what xfail is. It's expected failure. Okay. Expected failure. Five tests are known to fail in the LFS build environment due to a circular dependency. So if you see a couple fails that aren't the expected fails, because expected fails are not bad, they're just, you know, they knew it would happen. The program knew it would happen. Failed. Soft link. Look. 5 tests are known to fail in the LFS build environment due to circular dependencies. There's 4 there. We're probably looking at one more. If anything else, we know it failed. If anything else fails, we know that's what happened. But it's, look, most of these are skips. There's some okays, but a lot of skips. That's libtool stress test. Said it was open. Run test was low max command len. I'll say okay. My shell. My browser is Chrome. Come on, let's go hit OK. Oh, for the love of Christ. We know hit OK. Okay. 58 plus 5 is 63. Okay, we are okay. If you see 68, 63, just know 58 were, if 58 were expected, that's fine. But we also have an extra 5 that are known to fail in every LFS build environment. And what is 58 plus 5? It is 63. And then remove a static library. Browse the interwebs. My browser is Chrome. Just so you know, libtool package contains the GNU generic library support script. It wraps the complexity of using shared libraries in a consistent portable interface. The GDBM package contains the GNU Database Manager. It is a library of database functions that use extensible hashing and work similar to the standard Unix DBM. The library provides primitives for storing key data pairs, searching and retrieving the data by its key, and deleting a key along with its data. All 33 tests were successful. All of them were good. Mama said it was open. No, that was wrong. Well, that was right. What I just did was right. That was the wrong lyrics. We're good. We're good. We are good. For those that don't know, gperf generates a perfect hash function from a key set. The tests are known to fail if running multiple. Okay. Don't do this like I've been doing J4. Do not do it here if J option's greater than 1. So to test the results, issue install make install. Okay, next up is XPath. XPath package contains a stream-oriented C library for parsing XML. That's what it is. Chrome. Okay. XVF inet utils 3.2.3 tar.gz exe cd inetutils 2.3. The inetutils contains programs for basic networking. Meaning of configure disable logger prevents inetutils from installing the logger program, which is used by scripts to pass messages to the system log daemon. Do not install it because util Linux installs a more recent version. Disable whois. This option disables the building of inetutils whois client, which is out of date. Disable R. This disable removes these parameters. Disable building obsolete programs that should not be used due to security issues. And then disable servers disables the installation of various network servers, included as part of the inetutils package. These servers are deemed not appropriate in a basic LFS system. Some are insecure by nature and only considered safe on trusted networks. Yep, good. XVF less 590. The less package contains a file text viewer. The config options sysconfigure etc. This option tells the programs created by the package to look in etc for configuration files. Make configure. I'm glad I didn't do that. That was, wow, that was almost bad. Okay. Perl package contains the practical extraction and report language. To have full control over the way Perl is set up, you can move the des option. Okay, the configure options, d-vendor prefix user. This ensures Perl knows how to tell packages where they should install their Perl modules. dpager user bin less ISR. This ensures that less is used instead of more. dman1 dir user share man m1. dman3 dir user share man man3. Since groff is not yet installed, configure things we do not want man pages for Perl. Issuing these parameters overrides this decision. This decision. Do sesure plib. Build a shared lib Perl needed by some Perl modules. Do set threads. Build Perl with support for threads. Then this series. These settings define where Perl is looking for installed modules. The LFS editors chose to put them in a directory structure based on major.minor version of Perl M.5.36, which allows upgrading Perl to newer patch levels 5.36.0 without the need to reinstall all the modules again. Browser is Chrome on the interweb. The interweb. So it's Chrome. You compile Perl 5 on a different machine. Okay. Make J4. That's gonna take a little bit. The test results. Alright. I'm not gonna test the results. I know I should probably, but it doesn't say it's critical, and I just wanna, keep working through this. So I'm not gonna test the results. Please, if it's your first time and you're not confident in the way whether your computer will do it or not, please test it. Trust me, you want to. Alright, you don't want to mess it up. I just want to get that out of the way first. I mean, I think compiling really shows you how significant this is. I mean, a wall of text you don't understand, but somebody had to program it to, not look like that, but it's just, I don't know, it's hard to explain. It's just amazing. I think it doesn't get enough. I didn't recognize it enough. I don't think I give it enough recognition just in my daily life for how complex computers are. I mean, coding and such, like, I'm taking some coding classes and such, but this is what I'm doing is nothing. I mean, they wrote a whole programming language. I mean, I can't even imagine. Browser is Chrome. Open. See when I make files. Okay. XVF XML LS tar XVF XML parser 2.46.tar.gz. XML parser module is a Perl interface to James Clark's XML parser, XPath. These tests, I'll run tests if they're not going to take very long. All tests successful. See, look at all those backslash. I mentioned before that I don't understand sed. I don't know how it works. Look at all those quotations and s colon slash dollar sign parenthesis colon slash dollar sign slash bracket colon apostrophe. What? I mean, what? What even is that? What it does is add a backslash before the right brace character in the sequence. Okay. How long does it take to? Oh, I'll just run make normally. Make check. They all passed. Yes. International. I was gonna say what it is. The international tool is an internationalization tool used for extracting translatable strings from source files. Configure. Make. It's gonna run some tests. It's a lot smaller, so I'd imagine it's not gonna run all that money, but we'll see. Browser is Chrome. Wow. This is a lot of tests for just what this is, which is AutoConf. It's 24 megabytes. It's small. I don't know how it's this much. rolling. Auto test and signal handling. Just say okay and be done with it. God. Did say it would be 6.7. I should have expected this. I guess I just didn't. I didn't want to. I don't know. Distros. Are we almost done? Well, this is just. It's just. Semantics. I like that that's how they identify it. Just like. Semantics. Line said it was open. Webs. I wonder. Detect any publicly disclosed vulnerabilities. Dip within. There's a command line tool that uses dependency to check. In order to research what the installation This is epic. Not. What more could it be checking? It is AutoConf. It is not a big program. My God. I don't remember this being this long. Oh, wow. Okay, at this point in time, the checks have been completed. Make just so you know, the AutoConf package contains programs for producing shell scripts and for producing shell scripts that can automatically configure source code. sudo bj.sh is expected to fail. Okay. Is known to fail. Xfail is expected to fail. That's fine. It's when it's known to fail. Okay. This really can't be taking this long. I want to be done already. This is amazing. This is just taking so long. It wasn't supposed to take this long. At this point, I think I'm going to just stop with tests. I mean, like, I guarantee it'll work on my system. I understand why they're tests, but so if you need to do them, please do them. But at the moment, there's no reason for me to do it. I know it's gonna work. I've done it on this system before. And it's just extra time. No, don't do that. I'll only do it if it says it's important, and if it probably won't take long. I don't know. installing. The interweb. Okay, should be almost done. Interweb. Browser is Chrome. Alright, I think I thought I could get it done in this video, but it's not gonna work out. We have a lot more left to go in Chapter 8. I did not realize how much we had to do. We have this much more in Chapter 8, and even more in system configuration. I'm not gonna go through the appendices. I'm not going to go through these. So, we're just going to I'm just going to go to bed for the night. And then we'll revisit probably in the morning with fresher eyes. I'll get it all set up and everything. Thank you for joining me. It is current on today's version. I hope you had fun. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you're learning something. It's currently 1:04 in the morning on the Eastern Seaboard, so I'm just going to log off, and I'll see you. Keep it real, guys.